zones with natural resources is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. The Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the Agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an Agribusiness Bachelor's Degree program and an Agribusiness Master's Degree program. Second is the Agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an Agrotechnology Bachelor's Degree programs and a Soil Science Bachelor's Degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facilitates support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in Agricultural Faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKAPERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
Good morning. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, the Honorable keynote and invited speakers, our distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you.
We are delighted to welcome you to the second International Conference of Agriculture, Food and Environment held by Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta.
This international conference is a part of a series of the Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta anniversary. This event is sponsored by PT BC International Tbk, science-based company and biggest seed company in Indonesia, support by
Perhimpunan Fitopatologi Indonesia Komda Joglo Semar,
Perhimpunan Entomologi Indonesia,
Perhimpunan Agronomi Indonesia,
Perhimpunan Ilmu Pemuliaan Indonesia,
Perhimpunan Ekonomi Pertanian Indonesia,
Himpunan Ilmu Tanah Indonesia.
In collaboration with Badan Informasi Geospasial,
Blue Wave Groups,
University Putra Malaysia,
Adelaide University, Australia,
University of Colombo, Sri Lanka,
and Philippine Rice Research Institute.
Here I am Yovita Hasiholan as an agriculture student of the Faculty of Agriculture Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, and my partner,
I am Andi Ahmad Aksa Mahmud Fitra, an agricultural student of Faculty of Agriculture Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta. Here we will guide you as the master ceremony at this conference. Dear Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the conference, let us pray and give gratitude to the Almighty God for giving us the blessing so we can all gather together in this conference.
we would like to read the agendas for today's conference with the theme Advancing Environmental Management, Agricultural Practices, and Food Industry for Sustainable Development. The first agenda is to sing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya, followed by Song of Mars Bela Negara.
The second agenda is the chairman's remark from the committee that will be delivered by Dr. Mofid Eko Purwanto.
Third, there will be an opening speech by Rector of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, Profesor Muhammad Irhas Effendi.
Next agenda is keynote speaker that will be delivered by Profesor Dr. Renat Muhammad Aris Marfai from Indonesia.
Afterwards, the first session for this conference is a presentation delivered by Dr. Ravindra Chandra Joshi from Philippines and Insinyur Hendro Pujono from Singapore, followed by a discussions.
The second session will be filled with the presentation from Dr. Adam Loh from Australia, Association Professor Dr. Juwaida Sharifuddin from Malaysia, and Professor Rev Wijitapura Wimala Ratana from Sri Lanka, followed by a discussion.
Lastly, after an hour of break, there will be a parallel session where all the presenters will deliver their presentation in each of breakout rooms. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start our opening ceremony. Please be prepared for the Indonesian national anthem followed by a song Mars Bela Negara.
Allah
Now, we are going to the next agenda, is welcoming remarks from the chairman. To the Honorable Dr. Mofit Eko Purwanto, times is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise and gratitude we address to the presence of God. By His permission, today we can gather here to jointly attend the second International Conference on Agriculture, Food and Environment. The theme that we raised this year is Advancing Environmental Management, Agricultural Practices and Food Industries for Sustainable Development. Piles of environmental issues, including poverty, inequality, climate change, and environmental degradation, need a complex framework to be solved. Advanced environmental management determines the sustainability of the environment on which all living things, including humans, depend on it. With the service offered by the environment, all living creatures are managed to live well. We believe that managing the environment in advance is not only an option for us, but an obligation. Doing this can be translated as ensuring the survival of life on this planet. We also believe that all forms of food production within the agricultural sector in the open field to its processes and service to the dining table within the food industries sector are demanding advancement. These two sectors are among the factors that massively impact the sustainability of the environment. Advancing agricultural practices and food industries would lead to a better environmental management, which can help us to achieve sustainable development. The world will see and learn from the most current findings and innovation presented and discussed at this second International Conference on agriculture, food, and environment. Dissemination of the latest agricultural and food industry technological innovations for sustainable agricultural development is carried out by synergizing cooperation between the governments, academia, and the media, the business world, and the community. Related to our theme, we have invited 4 speakers and 1 keynote speakers. They are Professor Dr. Muhammad Aris Marfai, Dr. Adam Loh, Dr. Ravindra Chandra Joshi, Master Hendro Pujono, and Associate Professor Dr. Niti Hirawati Kamarul Zaman. They all will deliver their speech, which include some scopes. First, agricultural science and engineering. Second, land and water management. Third, food science and technology. Fourth, environment, ecology and resources. Fifth, agricultural socio-economic for sustainable agriculture. And sixth, smart technologies in agricultural system. Nevertheless, highest appreciation for the contribution of various parties. For this reason, on this occasion, allow me to thank the Rector and his staff, the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture and his staff, as well as the sponsors who have participated in this conference, and other parties that I cannot mention one by one. I also convey my highest appreciation to all committee members that have worked impeccably hard for the success of this conference. I realize that organizing this conference still has many shortcomings in terms of event presentation, administrative services, and limited facilities. For that, I apologize profusely. Finally, I hope that all participants will benefit greatly from this conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Faculty of Agriculture, bringing knowledge for a better future.
Thank you to the Honorable Dr. Mofid Eko Purwanto for the welcoming speech.
The following agenda is the opening from Rektor Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, the Honorable Professor Muhammad Irhas Effendi. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We praise and thank Allah SWT for His mercy and grace that we can gather in this international conference on agriculture, food, and environment. As the Rector of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, I would like to welcome and thank you all for attending this event. As an agrarian country, Indonesia has great potential in the agricultural sector. However, there are also many challenges that we need to overcome. Therefore, this conference is held to discuss various issues related to agriculture, both in the term of agricultural sciences and engineering, land and water management, food science and technology, environment, ecology and resources, agriculture, socio-economic for sustainable agriculture, and smart technology in agricultural system. In this conference, we will listen to invited speaker and oral presenter from expert and practitioner in the field of agriculture from various countries. We will learn from their experiences in facing various challenges and finding solutions to improve productivity, and the welfare of farmers in order to support sustainable agriculture. I hope this conference can be a beneficial platform for of all us to broaden our knowledge and improve the quality in the field of agriculture. I also hope that through this conference we can build a strong and sustainable network of cooperation between experts and practitioners in the field of agriculture. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to our partners, sponsor, organizing committee, speaker, and participants who have contributed to the success of this event. May this international conference on agriculture bring great benefit to all of us. I declare that this conference is officially opened by Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, the Honorable Rector Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, Professor Muhammad Irhas Effendi, for officially opening the conference for today. The next agenda is presentation by Professor Dr. Rernat Muh Aris Marfai from Indonesia as keynote speaker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank very much for the invitation by UPN, Universitas Negeri Veteran Yogyakarta, for this very good opportunity on the conference today. So today, as mentioned by the committee, and also as we know, our title of the presentation will be Geospatial Information Utilization for Fundamental Sustainable Agriculture Management. As we know that Indonesia is the largest archipelago country in the world. It consists around more than 270 billion of the population within the total coverage of 8 million kilometers square, consisting around 1.9 kilometers square of the mainland, meaning that we have a huge country, and among these the land, agriculture land, is one of the important things. Once we manage the agriculture land, we should also think about the location and the area of the agriculture itself. So one of the important things, how we use the geospatial information. The question is, what actually the meaning of the geospatial information? The geospatial information is all the information and discipline related to the location and refers to the coordinate system. So in this geospatial information, why we need this for the agricultural management and for the sustainable agriculture, because the information, geospatial information, provide us with the technology on surveying and mapping. That the surveying and mapping include on the lands and as well as on the terrestrials. So by doing so, the technology on surveying and mapping, we could utilize our lands. So in the geospatial information itself, we have the different dimension. So we can start from the very precision one, meaning up to the millimeter size, up to the meter size. So by doing this very broad scale of the precision factor, we could also help how we manage our land by doing the land management system. So before we start with the continuous information, let me start with the meaning of geospatial information. We in Badan Informasi Geospasial or Indonesian Agencies of Geospatial Information, we have the task. Our responsibility is to conduct geospatial information. The geospatial information itself is depicted into two different categories. The first is basic geospatial information, and then the second is the thematic geospatial information. The basic geospatial information consists of the geodetic network, geodetic reference network, as well as the base map. So in the base map itself, it consists of several layers. The first, they consist of what we call the coastline. There is also the bathymetric. There is also the contour information. There is also the building and infrastructures. There is also the water body, including the drainage networks, as well as what we call land cover. So within the land cover, we should also talking about this agriculture itself. So meaning by covering the geospatial information, we can have a look the lands for agriculture as well. So this is our first layer, what we call basic geospatial information. Secondly, we have also what we call thematic geospatial information, which consists of the thematic area, including, for example, agriculture, for example, the economic, disaster management, infrastructure, mangrove conservation, forestry, environment, etc., and so on. So on those thematic, we should also doing the mapping. So that's why we call thematic geospatial information. Those basic geospatial information and the thematic geospatial information is actually very important when we are looking on the management of the land agriculture, because one of the important thing in the agricultural land management is the information and data related to the location, the information and data related to the area, the location and information related to the size of the agriculture itself. So meaning by understanding the geospatial information, we should manage our land agriculture better and more, rather than we not have the geospatial information. This is the first thing that I should share to you. The two type of the geospatial information. The secondly, actually the government of Indonesia has conducted what we call the policy of one map policy and one data policy. One map policy meaning that we should use one map reference system, including the basic data, including the metadata, including the format of the map. So by doing this one map policy, we can integrate our different type of thematic map into one, meaning that when we use this for certain purposes, for example, the agricultural land management and the sustainable land management, we should bring up those different thematic map. For example, in the land agriculture management, we need the information related to the network of drainage system. So meaning we should have the thematic map of the network drainage system. We should have also the thematic of the soil type, distribution of the soil map. We should have also the distribution of the water resources in the certain area. We may know also geomorphology of the area, or we should know also, for example, the tata ruang or land planning on the certain area. By bring up those together, we can manage our land agriculture more precisely, because we understand all these different type and characteristic and all the different information. The thing is only once we come up with several maps, sometimes we have the difficulty to integrate of the map, to have the interoperability between one and another map. Because when we are doing and developing those maps, we generate in the different format, we generate in the different coordinate system, we generate in the different platform. So by having the one map policy, meaning we should have all in a one or in the similar categories. So when we are doing the integrating, it's much more easily. The second is our policy is actually now Indonesia has one data policy, meaning we should able to do the integration between the spatial data, non-spatial data, including the statistic data, as well as the monetary data. So currently, our problem is sometimes it is difficult to merge, to integrate between the different type of data. In the one hand, we have the spatial data. In the other hand, we have non-spatial data. For example, the statistic data. But both of these very important of the land agriculture management, for example. Have a look this one. If we have the data about the size, about the location, about the distribution of the agriculture land, but we don't know how much actually the productivity, how much actually the need of the fertilizer, because we don't have the statistic data. So by having both data, we can use for better analysis. The problem is only between those three data, sometimes it's different to do the interoperability because they have the different system. The second, sometimes it is not easy to have the accessibility of the data because we have the different agencies, the different governmental office. So by having this one data policy, meaning all the agencies and the minister who have the data have agreed that we should working in a collaboration one another to have the sharing data. Once we can do this one, we can have the good practices on the management system. And currently, and the thematic and one map policy, we have to conduct around 158 thematics map, and one of them is thematic related to agriculture. So meaning by having this policy, it will support us to doing the management system. There is the second thing that I should bring up to you for this discussion this morning. The third one, actually this is also important for us to do the more detailed analysis and mapping on the certain resources or certain type of agriculture. For example, what we are doing now is we are mapping and doing the verification for the rice field area. In Indonesia, we know that we have what we call lahan baku sawah or rice field area. And as we understand, frankly speaking, that the rice field area, time by time, year by year, is always decreasing. We always convert our agriculture land into the different type of the usability. So, for example, we convert our agriculture land into the building area, we convert our agriculture land into the settlement area, we convert our agriculture land into the industrial area. So meaning our amount of the area are decreasing, it is in line with our amount of the productivity. So our vision to have the sovereignty of the food sovereignty will be difficult in the next future. So therefore, we do what we call the rice field area mapping and verification to understand how much actually we lost the rice field area up to now by doing the very high precision or the large scale of the mapping. So verification on the national level that conducted by us in Badan Informasi Geospasial, of course together with other agencies, for example with the BRIN as well as with the ATR BPN. So we can understand that actually we lost several areas of the agriculture. So this policy, this mapping, this verification should further continue, because this is one of the instruments how we can monitor our sawah, how we can monitor our rice field area. So therefore, why this is important? Because the first is to control the land agriculture, but the second thing is also to make sure that we do the measuring very precisely. So in this case, we need the very good geospatial information. Therefore, at the beginning I mentioned that as in BIG, we have the responsibility to do the basic geospatial information and basic mapping of the geospatial information. So this can be used, this should contribute to the rice field mapping as well. So at least to verify how much the size that we have on the agriculture land. This is the second thing. The last thing that I should also discuss to you, actually in the agriculture land, we are not only doing the mapping of the rice field, but now we also involve of the optimization of the palm oil mapping and the governance of the palm oil. So meaning we should conserve our area, we should know exactly how large the area doing for palm oil mapping, for example. So therefore, the geospatial information with help of the good precision satellite imagery can be used to map, to verify the agriculture land. The last thing, in the next future, we will facing with the more agile, more uncertainty environment, including in the agriculture itself. We, in the one hand, we have the very good technology. Yes, we have the very high precision of technology. On the other hand, we have challenge by decreasing our opportunity to have the more protection of the food, because our land for agriculture is also decreasing. Then the question is, how we can improve our productivity and the very limited land. In other hand, we have the technology. So therefore, we know nowadays, we understand that we are facing with what we call precision agricultures. Meaning we push our productivity once we have only the limited land for agriculture. So how we can doing this? We can doing this by implementing the high technology. And one of the important thing of the high technology for precision agriculture is technology related to geospatial information. Why we can saying this? Because once we have the agriculture precision farming, we need automation, we need automatization, and we need the unmanned vehicle to do that. So we need the very good coordinate system, because we are talking about the precision. So in the agriculture precision farming, we need the GPS, we need the geodetic reference, we need the unmanned aerial vehicle, and we need the geospatial information data in the large scale, as I mentioned before, in the millimeter size. So how we can map on the millimeter size? So this is the thing that we need the geospatial information to do the mapping in the millimeter size in order to have the good agriculture, what we call agriculture precision farming. So basically, those four factors are very important for us, which is the first is geospatial information. We understand that there is the basic and thematic geospatial information, as I mentioned in the beginning. Then the second thing is one map policy, meaning we try to make the integration among the different types of the thematic map into the one handy interoperability by doing the one map policy. The third, we are doing what we call one data policy, meaning the integration between spatial data and non-spatial data, between the map data in the form of map with the data in the form of tables, in the form of numbering, etc. and so on, and how we do this integrating aspect, how we make the interoperability between the two different formats. So this is the important. And the fourth, our effort to do the verification of rice field and to do the verification of the palm oil mapping in order to understand how much actually the rest of the area that we can use, we can utilizing for agriculture. So this is the different type of what we are doing now in the Badan Informasi Geospatial or Indonesian Geospatial Information Agencies. And then the last thing is actually how we push our technology, how we push our human resources to help the agriculture precision farming. Because in this agriculture and precision farming, we need the technology in terms of geospatial information, we need the reference system, we need the very good coordinate system, we need the very good unmanned aerial vehicle, we need the very good automation, we need the very good modeling, etc. and so on. And one of these good modeling is related to the geospatial information. I think those are the more important aspect, how geospatial information can be used or can support the agriculture mining. And I should stop in this point, and I'll give back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our keynote speaker, Prof. Dr. Retna Muh Aris Marfai, for the insightful presentation.
Without further ado, next is presentation from Dr. Ravindra Chandra Joshi from Philippines and Insinyur Hendro Pujono from Singapore, both of them as a speaker followed by discussion. This discussion will be led by Dr. Rukmawati Brotojoyo as the moderator for the first session for today. Here's the CV of our moderators for the first session today. So, please give a warm welcome to our moderator in this first session, to Dr. Rukmawati Brotojoyo. Time is yours.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, on this first session, we have two distinguished speakers. The first one is Dr. Ravindra Chandra Joshi from the Philippines, and the second one is Mr. Hendro Haryogi Pujono from Singapore. Good morning, Dr. Joshi and Mr. Pujono.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. It is our honor to us to have you here to share your expertise. So I would like to remind you that the speakers has 20 minutes to present their ideas, followed by 10-minute discussion. And should the participant has any question, they could raise your hand, and you could also type your question in the chat box. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the CV of this first speaker, Dr. Ravindra Chandra Joshi from the Philippines. Okay, Dr. Ravindra Chandra Joshi from the Philippine Research Institute, and he will share with us on managing invasive pests to support sustainable agriculture. Dr. Joshi also affiliated with many institutions in the Philippines. Dr. Joshi, you have 20 minutes to present your ideas. Time is yours.
Thank you so much. Can I request if I can share my presentation?
Yeah, we will help you with the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, can I move the slides, or you will be moving it?
Yes, we will help you with the slideshow, Dr. Joshi.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Thank you so much for your for inviting me to this conference, and I'm very happy to share with you the experience on invasive pests, because they are very important. In my presentation, I'm going to show how they affect sustainable agriculture. So I'm currently working with the Philippine Rice Research Institute, with Phil Rice, and also with Tarlac Agriculture University, and with CABI Malaysia. And the Tarlac Agriculture University is an academic institution just like UP and VY, and they are more into academic as well as other research activities and training and extension. Philippine Rice Research Institute developed technologies that are sustainable for rice and rice-based farming systems. And CABI is a regional intergovernmental organization working in many countries, including Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines, and other parts of the world. So in my presentation today, I'll give a very brief introduction about invasive species and why is it important to manage invasive species to support sustainable agriculture, and what are their regional, global, and national impacts of invasive species. And I'll also give some specific examples on the work that we do on invasive species with other international and national and academic institutions. And of course, at the end, I will talk about partnership and collaboration. So as we all know, invasive alien species, they can come from any parts, whether they are of the animal origin or plant origin, and in any kind of ecosystems, whether it is upland, rain-fed, lowland, flood-prone areas. So, and they affect food security, they affect health, and they have a lot of impacts on biodiversity as well as ecosystem services. And the term invasive species is actually quite new because it was only in 1999 the invasive species term was coined by the former president of the United States, President Clinton, and there was an executive order. And since that time, a lot of work has been started to do on invasive species because, especially now with the changing climate, invasive species are threatening the sustainable agriculture. So there are several terms that are used in my presentation. I may call them non-native species or exotic species, or they were introduced species, or invasive species, or invasive alien species. So there are different people using different terms, but they have the same meaning. So basically these invasive species, either they were introduced deliberately for a purpose, for a food, or for ornamental, or as a pet, or as a livestock, or they have accidentally been introduced to new areas through multiple pathways. So I'm just showing what are the different categories of invasive alien species. And so the human diseases like cholera, the livestock diseases like Sura. So what I'm saying here is invasive species comes in all living organisms. They can either be plants, animal kingdom, or other microorganisms, including microbes, and they are found in all kind of ecosystems. This is some of the examples of the invasive alien species coming from animal and plant kingdom. As I told you in my earlier statement that they use multiple pathways. So, and that is the mode of their spread. And once these invasive species or the non-native species are introduced in the new environment or a new location, they have very little predators that controls them. They have very little competitors, and there are no parasites and pathogens to keep their numbers low. Like in the Philippines, we have identified invasive alien species from different sectors, just like in Indonesia also, because I've been to Indonesia attending the invasive species conferences at several times. So every country must develop their invasive species list, especially for forestry, for agriculture, and for aquatic, because that's where the food production is affected. So in terms of fisheries, or in terms of forestry, or in terms of agriculture, all of these invasive species affect food and nutrition security, and of course also affect the UN Sustainable Goals. So I'm going to discuss some of the specific work that we do on invasive alien species that are of agriculture important, not only for the Philippines, but for the whole of the ASEAN countries, including other countries like in Africa and Europe, where they are now experiencing similar kind of invasive species that I'm going to discuss in my today's presentation. The Philippine government as well as the Indonesian government together had a very big project with GEF. It has just concluded, so they have identified all the invasive alien species, not only in the Philippines, but also in other neighboring countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, because they were a part of this very big project that was done by KEBI, and they have come out with a lot of information materials that can be used about the invasive aliens. But this is just one example of an invasive species fact sheet that was developed from this inter-country project. And this describes similar fact sheets or information materials has been produced by Malaysia, Indonesia, and other countries that were involved in this project. So what are the main characteristics of invasive species? As I told you, there are very few natural enemies in the invaded areas. They have very high reproductive potential. So I'm just giving you two examples. One is the giant African snail, which is a serious problem in most of the countries, including in the ASEAN region, as well as the rats. These are field rats. They are very serious problems in rice fields and also in other cultivated areas. So as you can see here, they have the ability to tolerate wide range of environmental conditions, and they have a high reproductive rates. I'm just giving a very simple example of a female of a giant African snail. It releases up to 200 to 400 eggs at each egg laying period, around 4 to 6 times a year. So you can imagine the number of individuals that are produced in a very short period of time. And that's and many of them have they are long lived. They live for 5 to 10 years, and they can feed on not only on one kind of plants, but more than 500 different kinds of plant species. So these are some of the characteristics. Similarly, in case of rats, a pair of rats can multiply over 500 rats in 10 months. And I'll show you a little later on how these rats are also causing other problems aside from. So, you know, when we work on invasive alien species, it is good to know what makes them invasive. So this is just few examples, but this doesn't mean that it holds good for all invasive species. Each of them have its own characteristics that makes them invasive and makes them very difficult to manage once they have colonized and established after the initial invasion. So why study invasive species? Because they affect sustainable development, because they are the second biggest threat to global biodiversity. So in this graph, on the upper graph, I'm showing the habitat loss is one of the biggest thing that threaten biodiversity, but another one is the invasive species. So you can imagine invasive species contribute to around 49% of the loss, whereas compared to the habitat loss, which is around 85%. So the role of invasive species in food production and sustainable agriculture is very serious. And these two graphs clearly show the importance of invasive species, whether you are dealing with the terrestrial ecosystem or freshwater ecosystem or marine ecosystems. These invasive species are a problem and it's important to address it in the sustainable agriculture. Why manage invasive species to support sustainable agriculture? I have put it in a very simple format because this is quite a complicated topic, but basically in terms of crop protection, because they cause huge losses. I'm going to show you some examples, not only in terms of yield, but also in terms of other economic impacts. So, and also in terms of, we want to preserve the natural environment, because many of these ecosystem services and ecosystems are adversely affected by invasive species. Most of the time when invasive species invade, the first thing many governments, including many researchers, they focus on use of the chemicals, and most of the time there is an excessive use of the pesticide application, causing to misuse and abuse, affecting environment, water and soil contamination, as well as harm to non-target organisms, including farmers' health. And we want to promote the long-term sustainability by managing invasive species, and managing invasive species is essential for basically for protecting crops, maintaining stable agriculture production, and ensuring food and nutrition security for the present and future generations. So I'm going to give what are the impacts of the invasive species on the UN Sustainable Goals. We have 17 US sustainable SDGs, and among those, you know, the UN has even given a very important role, importance to the invasive species, because there is a special goal that is set to target, targets on invasive alien species, that is SDG 50. That is to introduce measures to prevent the introduction and subsequently reduce the impact of invasive alien species by 2030, which is very close. So, you know, aside from the special goal that is assigned for the invasive species, there is invasive species also affects almost all the UN Sustainable Goals. I've just given some examples here, how it affects SGD, because it causes production cost is increased and the yields are decreased, and it lowers the income and increase poverty. So similarly, I'm not going to go one by one, but the most important ones I have just highlighted there. And also in case of SGD3, many of the invasive species have health problems, which I'm going to show you a little, causes health problems, and also affects, aquatic biodiversity, as well as the water quality and ecosystem services, and also in terms of employment as well. So coming to the global impacts of invasive species, there are around 1.2 million 2 million invasive species in the world, and they are causing around $1.4 trillion annually, which is close to around 5% of the global GDP. So it's a huge loss, that invasive species, and that's why it's very important to manage them to attain the UN Sustainable Goals. And in the US itself, we have around 136 billion losses from invasive species. And there are now more and more work is being done on invasive species in many countries because of the impacts that they have on food production as well as on sustainability. So if you look at the impacts from invasive species, even more than the natural disasters, like, you have volcanic eruptions, or you have other natural disasters, the magnitude from invasive species is very high. So actually, the invasive species currently is causing food insecurity of roughly 66% of the 7 billion people are globally affected. In the US, the good thing is that or in Australia, they have developed very good database, which is very essential. Today's in the keynote speaker speech, we have seen how the spatial data geospatial data is very important. Similarly, for invasive species, they have come out with the correct estimations, very good estimates of different invasive species, groups of invasive species causing losses in the US as well as in Australia and also New Zealand. However, in many of the ASEAN countries, this kind of data is not available. So the invasive species that I'm going to talk about today are listed in one of the 100 of the world's worst invasive alien species under the IUCN and the Global Invasive Species Database. So one of the areas that I've been working for the last more than 30 years is on the apple snails. They were used to be called as golden apple snail. It's a serious problem in Indonesia as well as in many Pacific Island countries. And now also the recent invasion for the first time in Africa, in Kenya. So I've been involved in global work on this invasive species, and they are spreading because of the increased flooding that is caused by the climate change. That's number one. And number two, because of the properties that they have. And there are actually 2 species that are introduced. And the countries that are on high risk are in India and also in Bangladesh, where this invasive species, but the neighboring country, Pakistan, has already have this problem of invasive species. So there are actually 2, and now we know with our work, there are 2 species of invasive apple snails that are affecting the rice agriculture as well as all other aquatic crops. They affect all other aquatic crops because this is an aquatic invasive species. Now, if you look at the annual losses, I'm just showing in the Philippines is around 1.2 billion losses annually in the Philippines. And in Malaysia, it's around 28 million annually. So I'm talking about the agriculture economic losses. And also the losses continue to increase with the changing climate, and also more and more countries are going into direct seeded rice, where it is much more difficult to control snails than in transplanted rice. Second impact that they have is on the human health. That is one of the UN sustainable goals, which are also they affect, as I told you in my earlier slide. So they are carriers of the rat lungworm parasite and also other kind of diseases like dermatitis, and also from the injury from the broken shells that are in the field. Because many times farm workers do not wear any protective clothing in many of the Asian countries. So I'm just showing you some of the few photos of in the Philippines. And the first photo shows the nematode, which is very microscopic. And this zoonotic nematode parasite, which is rat lungworm nematode, it causes eosinophilic meningitis. It doesn't kill the patient, but it makes it lazy and also inactive, and also can lead to paralysis. And also now in the US, we recently has found out that when these empty shells are used by mosquitoes, by the Asian tiger mosquitoes, that's why the diseases that are transmitted by mosquitoes have increased. So the snails have not only effect on the agriculture, but also on the human health and also in the transmission of disease. The third important problem of snails is that the environmental protection, because of the excessive use of pesticides and improper use without having protective clothing. You can see many of these insecticides, pests and molluscicides that are used to control snails have not only caused problems in the human health, but as well as on animal health, and also in creating algal blooms, and also the effect on the plant directly. So recently, our recent work has shown, for the past few years we have shown, and now even International Rice Research Institute believes in our research, is that in direct seeded rice, if you use niclosamide, which is a very common chemical that is actually approved by the World Health Organization to control this parasite, as well as this by the many agriculture organizations, the niclosamide, which is widely used, it affects the germination, the shoot length, and the root length of the rice seedlings. So in the use of niclosamide in direct seeded rice has to be very carefully done. It also affects traits. So, one of the good example is that the water cabbage that is imported to Malaysia from Thailand was found to be contaminated with young snails. But these snails are very microscopic.
Dr. Joshi, you have
it
5
lives-
minutes left.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll finish it, yes. And they are of quarantine importance in UK. So there are many environmental impacts aside on the non-native snails as well. So the overall impacts is on economic, health, environmental, and most of these are irreversible. The second invasive species that we work is on rodents. We all know that they affect crops from the growing till the storage, and the losses from the rats is very high. In Indonesia, is around 15 to 17%, whereas Philippines 5 to 20%. We have done a lot of work on this, and we have found out that more rains will produce more food, and more rats will breed. So that is one of the reasons. And they are again very important. They consume they consume a lot of products, and their losses is not only direct feeding but also contamination of the food. And we have also looked at what are the different parasites that are affecting human beings in the Philippines, and these are some of the parasites. There can be either helminths, protozoans, or microbial ones. So we are doing a lot of work, and our work has clearly shown to reduce the use of rodenticides. The third area that we are working on, leaf miner flies, which are very problem in many countries. And again, most of the work has focused on managing them from an ecological point of view. The latest one that we are working is on fall armyworm, not on corn but on rice. So now it's one of the very serious problems. Since last week, lot of requests has the Philippine government is working very closely, and I'm working closely on the fall armyworm only on rice. So when you manage invasive species, you should manage them early before they get established. Otherwise, the cost of managing is very high. So we have recently launched a book on the invasive apple snail in Singapore, in the Rice Research Conference. And again, we are having this conference in Philippines in 2018, in 2023 in October. And I hope some of you will attend, because we are going to present about the fall armyworm problem. So I won't be going much into this detail, but all of my materials are easily available on website, and they can be easily downloaded with zero cost. Similarly, we developed a lot of knowledge-based materials for rodents, and they are widely used. Same for leaf miners. So there are many databases, but the most important is that you can't work alone when you are working with invasive species and you want to address the sustainable agriculture. You need to work with different organizations among countries, across sectors, and stakeholders. So no single country can manage the invasive species by themselves, because they are very mobile. So this is one of the examples where I'm showing that how many people from different countries collaborate with me on the snail, on the invasive apple snail. And this is the kind of international partnership that we are also looking for to develop for other invasive species, especially the fall armyworm. And thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. I'd be happy to answer any questions at the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Joshi, for your insight presentation. And now we have 10 minutes for the discussion. So for the audience, should you have any question, please use icon raise hand, and the operator will help you to open the mic. Alternatively, you can also type your question in the chat box, and I will read your question to the speaker. So, any questions from the audience, the operators? So, any question from the audience? You may use the raise hand icon. Okay, so while we are waiting for question from the audience, Dr. Joshi, you mentioned that some of these invasive species or alien species are introduced for food, medicine purposes, and also for other purposes. So, considering that these invasive species could cause a lot of problems in agriculture and beyond, so what could we do to prevent the alien species become pests?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, in my presentation, many of them have been introduced for different purposes. And they were introduced because during the early time, there were not much risk assessment done. So, for example, if you look at the water hyacinth has been introduced to many countries as an ornamental plant. And now water hyacinth has become a very serious problem. Same thing with the invasive apple snails. They were introduced to many countries for food because they have very high protein content. So I think the very important reason of before introduction, we need to have a very good risk assessments done. And now if you look in many countries, even if you the invasive species introduction, there is a lot of biosecurity as well as risk assessment done even before you introduce any species to any country. Even in case of biocontrol, there is a lot of risk assessment done, host specificity done before they are introduced to another country for control. So I think when the most important to avoid the problem of invasive species is introduction is to do a very good health risk assessment. Secondly, strengthen the quarantine in the respective countries, because many of these invasive species are also are globally transmitted through trade and through commodities.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jesse. We found that there is one audience raised hand. So the operator, could you please help to point out the... Okay, yes, there is one question. Okay, Dr. Anti, please, time is yours to ask question to Dr. Jesse.
Thank you very much for the time. Hello, Professor Jesse, how are you?
Thank you very much.
I'm very interested with your presentation, and I would like to ask you something about the rat invasion that we at your presentation, that you thought that the impact of rat invasion is very, very hard for the agriculture, especially for the economics of farmer and the harvest, the impact for the harvest. What do you think about the rat invasion or many pests that infest to Indonesia, and maybe in Philippines, maybe it's the same pattern with Indonesia and Philippines, I think. So the problem is the food pattern, maybe the food pattern that Indonesia have the program that that farmer have to plant paddies for 4 times in 1 year. So what do you think about the pattern? Because we know that there are some things like change to our pattern, maybe paddies and then vegetable, or maybe another crop that will limit the invasion of this pest. What do you think about that? Thank you.
So if I get your question correct, you are asking because in Indonesia you are told to plant 4 times, right? A year? Am I right?
Right, Doctor.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think we have developed very good rat management strategies, And I will request you to you can download my book on the Philippine rats. It shows, you know, how we were able to reduce the use of rodenticides. Because again, you know, this morning the keynote speaker mentioned about the spatial data. So what we did is, I did not have much time to elaborate in our presentation. What we did at Philippine Rice Research Institute, even IRRI had not done it before. What we did is we were able to specifically found in 1 hectare area of our experimental area, using the spatial data and the actual field data to show the actual breeding places of these rats. So, you know, instead of doing the blanket application, we develop techniques on how to only treat areas where the rats are breeding. So that way we were able to reduce the damage of rats. We were able to improve the yields. And, you know, the neighboring farmers, they started seeing our technique. So they follow the same technique and they are able to reduce the losses. And we only use rodenticides as the last resort, because we are using other methods of management, community-based research methods inside the station. So, you know, I'll be very happy even after this seminar. If you like to contact me regarding this research on invasive species that I work, I'll be happy to help.
Yes, thank you very much for your response. Maybe I will keep in touch with you and visit Brookmore too. We have research about the rat infection and also the impact for the farmer and the sustainability of the food security, especially paddies. Thank you very much, Doctor.
So I will also request the moderator to please share my presentation, the PDF copy that I have sent, so that you can get access to my email, to my links, because I've provided the links to the books already. So you can download it for free. You can download it for free. You don't have to pay anything.
Thank you, Professor.
And you are most welcome to contact me anytime you want more information. I'd be happy to assist. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Joshi. Thank you, Dr. Akti, for the questions. And Dr. Joshi, I think due to the time limitation, I think we should end the first session. Thank you very much again for joining us in this session. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the second speaker. We have Mr. Hendro Hariyogi Pujono from Blue Waves Group Venture Singapore.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Can I share screen now?
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Pujono. We are presenting your CV soon.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Hendro Hariyogi Pujono is the director of Blue Waves Group Venture. So he will present his insight on sustainable development in the food industry. So, Mr. Hendro, you have 20 minutes for presenting your idea. Time is yours now.
Can I share screen?
Okay, we will help you with the share Okay, you can
Because
share
now
your
it's still
screen.
disabled.
Yep. Is it okay now? Yes, you can
No,
start.
it's not. Okay, okay now.
Okay.
Wait. You can see the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, everyone. Good morning. My friend and participant, also distinguished guests, thank you for inviting me for this conference. I feel honored for that. And before I just providing my presentation, explaining my presentation, just to explain to you that I was working for this field for more than 25 years. And now I'm based in Singapore, working for Blue Wave Groups. I used to work for Friesland Campina, Netherlands companies based. And for my experience, I was working for this field in China, Pakistan, Vietnam, and also Indonesia. My presentation will be talking about sustainability for food industry from dairy industry perspective. But I believe that still will be relevant for all fields. Yeah, that's. Let me start my presentation. When we talk about sustainability, especially from the dairy industry, we have a way of thinking before we just implementing some activity in terms of sustainability. The thinking behind of our operation is there are divided by 6 clusters. It's about the definition itself. It's about the importance of the sustainability for food industry, environment impact, food waste, efficiency of the resources management, food waste management, and also circular economy. This is the 6 cluster of our way of thinking before we start the operation a few years ago. When we talk about the definition of the sustainability from our sides, especially from dairy industry, for Mr. Joshi, I think you're also familiar with Alaska, right? Alaska is a very big company also in the Philippines. This is also part of our operation. The definition that we start, especially we underlining regarding the future generation to meet their own needs, means that we are not thinking only for our current generation, but also thinking about how the future generation will able to survive with all the sustainability challenges what we are facing today. It also involves the pursuit of development goals in balanced, inclusive manner, considering economic efficiency, social equity, and also environmental sustainability. That we want to have a balance in a holistic way, how we approach the sustainability issue in our operation. The importance of sustainability for the industry. If we talk about the importance of sustainability, as we know that we are following what we call Conference of the Parties, which is initiated by United Nations, which is, as you know, that they always have a global climate summit. which is the summit now is already 26, what do you call it, for the 26th summit, that we always following that because our operation is global operation, international operation, then that we have to adopt that commitment to all countries where we are operating. The food industry has a significant environmental footprint, including the greenhouse emission. As you know that dairy company like us, we own many dairy farm, which is consists of many thousands of cows, where the emission become issue, especially in Europe. And also climate change mitigation, that we are involved in agroforestry, low carbon transportation, and waste reduction strategy. Yeah, I will explain later on in terms of how we operate. This is actually the definition, also the way of thinking before we preparing our program. And also we are thinking about environmental impact to food industry, especially the greenhouse gas emission and also packaging waste. Why greenhouse gas emission? Because we are very significant contributor to the greenhouse emission. Most of the industry, this also agreed by all the industry actually, we are involving very badly in the gas emission. Agriculture practices, including livestock production, rice cultivation, and the use of synthetic fertilizer, release methane nitrous oxide, especially the CO2, and also potent the greenhouse gases. Additionally, transportation, we use a lot of transportation across the world, energy use in processing, and food waste throughout supply chains contribute to carbon dioxide emission. Especially for the energy used for the processing, we use like gasoline and also electricity. Now we try to be more green operation. We use the waste of, for example, a paddy, what do you call it, a paddy straw, and also the waste of forestry is like, the waste of wood. We also use that. Packaging waste also, we as you all aware, that packaging waste is very much, what do you call it, a serious problem now in the world. And now us as an industry, we change all of the plastic uses in our factory to become a paper. And you can see that the plastic packaging more and more to the carton box and using the paper. Other than that, also efficient resource management. For example, we're talking about energy impact in our operation and also water conservation. Food that save the consumption but not sold or used. Sorry, this is I make a wrong inference. Energy efficiencies, as mentioned, that we build insulation, building insulation to prevent the aircon, for example, the energy from the aircon, and also smart energy system that we are connected with digital. When is the energy have to be light on and also have to be light off, and management practices that optimize our energy use in our factory, because we have operating in about 27 different countries. The saving of energy is can be saved a lot of money in this case. And also water conservation. Everywhere we have a problem with water conservation. Problem means that we have challenges from the government, how we can use efficiency in water management. And this is talking about water saving technology that we have to adopt, we have to introduce in our operation, that we can recycling our water usage. Why is not moving? Okay. Sorry, this is have a trouble with my.
Okay, Mr. Pujono, we could help you with the. Okay, are you okay with your presentation? You still have 10 minutes to present your idea.
Yes. Great.
Okay.
I'm sorry for this, sometimes dealing with the technology.
Okay, or do you want us to help you with the
No, it's okay.
presentation?
It's okay now. You can see right now. Have you seen my presentation?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so.
And then food waste reduction.
Yes.
Yeah, we also donating our food waste, and we are working with a lot of NGO across the world, how we can share our, let's say, almost expired product that we still can use to the community. And also we collaborate across supply chains, how we what do you call it, distribute the product to the community. And then the circular economy in the food industry is, we are talking about resources recovery, recycling, that also including the food packaging and design. Yeah, let me speed up a bit and directly goes to our work stream. And based on that, what do you call it, background of thinking, we're developing 10 work stream in Friesland Campina, and also right now we continue in our operation in Blue Wave. This work stream, especially we are focusing to two matters. First is about the how we mitigate or manage the CO2, because as a dairy company, we own also many dairy farming, and we what you call it, we have a challenge regard how to manage the co-manure. Yeah, I think we all aware about the co-manure is become problem if we are not managing well. It's become polluters in many areas. And also food waste reduction. Food waste also our big agenda to prevent food waste, that this is also a wasted money as well. And in this case, this 10 work stream also aligned with the COP, as I mentioned earlier, which is a climate summit that initiated by United Nations. First is about re-agri-forestry. We are planting a lot of plants in Africa, in Pakistan, how to make, to contribute to what do you call it, to make a new forests. Yeah, although we cannot work by our own, we have to work. We have to collaborate with the government and also a lot of NGO. Second is about yield improvement. We have a dairy development program, this is about training to the farmers across the world, in China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and also Pakistan at the moment, how they can develop managing their farm. With this kind of training, I can tell you that they can increase the yield of output from the cows about 15 until 20% compared to before training. And then the third is the solar. We introducing a solar panel across the world, especially in Pakistan and in Netherlands, and now it's starting also in Vietnam, and will be introducing to Indonesia. These solar panels helping the farmers to reduce their cost of electricity. Yeah, this is in the beginning the investment is yes, it's quite expensive. However, we are working also with the government in every country that we can get a subsidized or even grant. And the fourth is farm efficiencies. FC members, farmers focused on carbon footprint means that we are managing co-manures in this case. And then waste management. This is also something that we are working very closely with NGO. And now in the Philippines, we introducing a program that we exchange plastic with milk. Means that people in Philippines can exchange.
I'm sorry, you have 3 minutes left.
Yes, okay, understand. This is almost done. And then biodigester for the smallholders, small and large scale. In Holland, large scale. In Indonesia, Pakistan, and China is a small scale. Wheel milk, and then water management, recycling, and also the crop rotation. This is just example, the big, what do you call it, solar panels, and also energy from manure, where it is introducing in the Netherlands. Okay, I come with the summary that the important for industry is about how to mitigate climate. Yeah, it is our responsibility, is our big agenda right now. The environment impact for food industry is the greenhouse emission, and it's also packaging material. As I mentioned, we changed plastic to paper. Example, the food industry can make a sustainable food industry improve energy efficiency and minimize waste. Yeah, we are now using a lot of more green sources for our energy, and making successful sustainable food needs collaboration. And we cannot work by our own. We have to collaborate with many parties. And food for thought, because now discuss this issue in the university's forum. I would like to say these 4 food of thought for all the participants. All these things can happen where this commitment from policymakers, industry players, and social leaders. Without commitment, everything has become like a theory. Because my experience in many countries, without involvement of the government, involvement of NGO, will become very big burden for industry. It's not really effective. And second is a recognition that sustainability needs to be integrated into formal education, into institution in very early stage. We cannot address this issue right now, but we have to address this issue right now from the kids in a young age, and also including until the university, highlighting the long-term advantage rather than using political jargon. You know, when we talk about sustainability, we should not talking this as our political benefits, but it's real effort to make it happen. And last but not least, university play a crucial role in fostering both scientific knowledge and character development. I hope this sharing is useful for everyone. I'm sorry that a bit disruption with technology, but I hope you can get the essential, the message from this operation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pujono, for sharing your insightful presentation. And now we have 10 minutes for discussion. So we already have one question from the audience, so I will read it for you. So the question from Danar Wicaksono, the question was, what should the government do to create efficient resource management, considering that the implementation of smart energy system in Indonesia is not evenly carried out in every region? I think that's based on your summary, food of thought that you mentioned about the roles of policymakers. So maybe you could share your ideas to answer the question from Mr. Danang Wicaksono.
Yes, I think this is a very good question. This is also a challenge because in many ways, sometimes the agenda of industry is not really matched with the agenda or the priority of the government. Yeah. Therefore, the collaboration, the alignment between the industry and a policymaker is very, very important. Yeah, because often the government have a different priority that they can involve, and at the end, they only just ask that let the industry running it and doing it, you know. But who questioned this?
The question from Danar Wicaksono.
Yeah, from Pak Danar, I think you are very right. Therefore, you know, this is something that is the homework for everyone, including the university. You know, if university also brought up this as important matters, that the government has to do something like what already mentioned by Pak Arif Mufti about the geospatial. I think this is something that we need to do more, and it's more collaborative with the government, especially the policymakers. This is answering. It's not answering, I know, but this is something that I can answer at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pujono. So I have a question for you actually, because you mentioned about the university playing a crucial roles in fostering the scientific knowledge and character development. And you mentioned that sometimes the university only putting the theoretical things, and then it's not like really ready to implement. So based on your experience, because you have a very strategic position in the company, how could the company work together with the university to bridge this gap between what the company needs and also the university that only have certain limitation?
I think this for this issue, a lot of university is already having like a collaboration with industry. But what I want to underline in that message is actually is about how university can build a characters that the student in a university already fall in love with sustainability. They feel responsible for the future generation. They have to be involved how to manage the sustainability issue, the environmental issue. Because one day they will become a leaders, they will become a policy makers. If they understand the importance of this from the university, what do you call it, when he was a student in university, I think will be helpful for the future generation to mitigate sustainability compared to our current generation. Because when we talk about sustainability, we are not talking about the theory itself, but also how we can stop the forestry burning, how we can stop, irresponsible farming. This kind of thing is more about character. But for the working with the industry, I think industry has a lot of initiative to be able to work together with university, because they are aware that they cannot do it by themselves. They can have resources, especially financing, but they don't have ability to think about this issue in more strategic, rather than they are thinking about economical matters. Where now is many company actually also they put some strategic department in their business to address sustainability issue. I think you can try, because many company now in Indonesia, especially if we talk about Indonesia, they have also foundation, and the foundation is working for what we call it social responsibility, CSR, and part of the CSR they also they have like a budget, and I believe that you can reach the industry for that. I hope that this is answering your question.
Okay, thank you. There is one question from the chat room. So Nurila Elisa asking about what kind of practice can easy to introduce and adopting by farmers to reduce food waste related to the character development. So that's the question from Nurila Elisa. So asking about the kind of practice that easily adopting by the farmer.
Oh, food wasted in the farmers like this, yeah. When we are talking the farmers, what we are manage is dairy farmers. In dairy farmers, food wasted means that the milk that not able to be used as a raw material of the industry or to be consumed by people. That we call the food wasted. And why is food wasted? Mostly is because of the cleanliness. Therefore, the training of the cleanliness to the farmers is very important. And most of the farmers is not really high educated. And the way how we train them is about using the repetition. Repetition. Do it again and again and again. And to give you example, in West Java and in Central Java, we even developing a radio station, yeah, that we can have like a special program for the farmers to remind them about the cleanliness, to remind them about the waste of milk that they can can be spoiled easily if they are not taking care of the milk. This kind of program, and also we have like bulletin for remind this every month. This kind of I think it's good that you ask this, because this is our big operation in the farmers level. How to prevent the milk waste in the farm area. That finally, after I think more than 10 years, we introducing this program, the wastage can be reduced by, let's say, 30%. I think it's a big reduction compared to before we have this program.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Pujono, for answering the question and also share your insightful presentation. So due to the time limitation, I think we should end the second session. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our two speakers, Dr. Ravinda Joshi and also Mr. Hendro Haryogi Pujono. Thank you very much again, and we really appreciate for your insightful sharing knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator in the first session, Dr. Rukmawati Brotojoyo, and special thanks to our speaker in this first session, to Dr. Ravindra Chandra Joshi from the Philippines and Insinyur Hendro Pujono from Singapore.
After an amazing and insightful discussion in the first session, we will continue to the second, which presented by Dr. Adam Loch from Australia, Associate Professor Dr. Juwaida Syarifuddin from Malaysia, Professor Rev Wijita Pura Wimala Ratana from Sri Lanka, and will be moderated by Dr. Partoyo as the moderator for this second session. So here it is, CV for our moderator for the second session, Dr. Partoyo.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Honorable plenary speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Partoyo. I am the moderator for this second plenary speakers. In this session, we will have three presenters. First, Dr. Adam Loch from Australia. Second, Associate Professor Juwaida Syarifuddin from Malaysia, and the third one, Prof. Wimala Ratana from Sri Lanka. Let me remind for this session that we will separate this session into three sessions. For each presenter, we will have 20 minutes per presentation and continued with around 10 minutes for discussion. So for the audience, please prepare your question. You can raise your hand for asking the question, or you can also type your question in the chat box. Okay, let me go to the first speaker for this session, Dr. Adam Loch from Australia. Hello, Dr. Adam Loch.
Good morning.
Good morning from Indonesia. Maybe good afternoon for you in Australia. Nice to see you. For this session, you have around 20 minutes for presentation, and then after that, continue discussion around 10 minutes. Okay, time is yours, Dr. Adam.
You're good. Thank you very much. Can I share my screen?
Dr. Adam will share his slide from. Okay, wait, we will presenting your CV first, waiting for your preparing slide. So here's brief CV of Dr. Adam. Okay, Dr. Adam, are you ready for presenting your slide?
I am, but I'm struggling to share the screen. Ah, too good. That looks better. Okay, so I'll get going. So first of all, thank you very much to the organisers, the distinguished guests, and obviously the participants. Oh, sorry. Getting a bit of feedback there.
Okay, operator, can you have to mute the micro?
Too good, thank you. I think you've got me back now.
Okay,
Yes.
you can go, Dr. Adam.
Too good, thank you. Again, yeah, I just want to thank the organisers and distinguished guests for having me here today. I appreciate that enormously. So, as you can see, what I want to talk about is some ideas we've been exploring the last year or two here in Australia around well-being benefits, and in particular from engagement with things like larger state national parks, and more recently in my work, urban national parks. So if you think about, if you think about, why has that gone forward? Sorry. It must be on automatic. Anyway. Yeah, essentially looking at well-being of green spaces. So I first need to acknowledge and pay my respects to the Kaurna people, who are the traditional custodians of the land that I'm gathered on. They have very deep feelings of attachment and relationship to their country, which we respect and value, particularly their past and ongoing connection to the land and their important cultural beliefs. And that's actually quite relevant, again, to what I'm talking about today, because effectively we're thinking about how we can come to a better respect and understand our attachments to green spaces, much like the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders do for our country. So if I could just move forward. Thank you. So the people who are sitting behind this work include myself, obviously, Associate Professor Patrick O'Connor, and David Adamson from the university within the School of Economics and Public Policy. We're also working very closely with the South Australian Department for Environment and Water. Stuart Stexton and Glenn Scholes are the representatives for that department here. And we're also working with John McLean and Kim Wilkins. Sorry, I'm getting some, thank you. And we're also working with John McLean and Kim Wilkins from the School of Mathematical Sciences here at the university. It might go forward, please. Oh, I've got no control. Sorry, thank you. So really the main message that I think we're trying to promote in this work is that green space is indeed valuable. If we look at previous work, there's the suggestion that increased access to nature in urban settings like Adelaide, where I live, Jakarta, etc., is something that could lead to better health and well-being. But it's very early days in this space, and we are struggling to understand those connections and their complexity. It's a key part of environmental management, though, particularly for our collaborators like the Department of Environment and Water here, where they're consistently and continually looking for arguments to increase their funding to support the preservation and indeed the establishment of new green spaces. So this is a good example in my mind of cooperation between state government, communities and academics towards finding good solutions. And that's because careful planning in the green space adds benefits to us all. And currently in Australia, it's pretty ordinary, our investments, about 0.03 of 1% in green space maintenance and indeed establishment. So given that we're dealing with severe biodiversity loss, we're dealing with a lot of losses in green spaces as well, poor health and well-being. There's an important role for this research to play, I believe, and especially for those at the margins of society. Those are people with a lower relative socioeconomic status, where the work has been pretty limited to this date, and is of particular interest to other countries in the OECD and elsewhere who are seeking a better understanding of how these complex processes work and what they can do to expand the benefits. Oh, sorry, the next screen, if I could, please. Thank you. As I say, there's little study of the socioeconomic differences, the ideas of equality and equity in access to green space for different groups is very much lacking. And more recently, our new government has put in place an improved call for wellbeing measurement frameworks, in our case, something called the Measuring What Matters from last year, to be able to inform our own decision-making at a federal level and obviously feedback back into those bigger global ideas. And there is broad literature support for this. Thank you. We've got the ideas around physical health there in the blue, built environment, health, green space, well-being, environment, etc., parks, coupled with mental health in the green, stress, urban mortality, depression, etc., and then obviously coupled up to ecological health in the red, climate change, ecosystem services, sustainability, green infrastructure and urban planning. You can see that there is broad literature support for these ideas, but it's complex and it's richly tangled. So getting it to the heart of these things can be a bit complicated. If I can go on. Thank you. So we firstly bring some evidence into this picture using an annual McGregor-Tan survey, which is conducted here in South Australia each year from about 2015 forward, which goes out and asks people in parks, so in other words, people who are using parks, why are they there? What are they doing and what are they enjoying? And if I just skip forward one more. Thank you. You can see that the main activities are experiencing nature and scenery and obviously walking or getting fit. Other things like socializing with friends, connecting with family, learning about nature, or even just having time to yourself are good experiences or examples of how people improve their physical and mental well-being by actively engaging with urban spaces, be it parks, bushwalks, camping, whatever. But essentially, these are also non-market goods. These are public goods where you don't have to pay to enter those parks, and therefore they are difficult to value economically from a market point of view. We need to turn to other techniques. I might go to the next slide. Thank you. So we are hypothesizing three things: that spending time in green spaces is going to give us higher self-reported well-being and general health scores. In the second hypothesis, we also are suggesting green spaces have lower public health costs that can be attributed to interaction into space among lower relative socioeconomic groups in particular. And our third hypothesis is that understanding the benefits can also allow us to understand more equitable decision-making on investing in alternative green space investment options. And this is interesting for us because Adelaide has recently been named the world's second only national park city, and so it provides a good context. But again, there's no cost to get into these parks. So here we can think about things like willingness to pay methods, because as this busy slide, I apologize, explains, if we have no market, essentially this area here in the center, then we head down to a willingness to pay method, which can either be stated or revealed if people are actively engaging in the parks and we know what they're doing. And that's the case here. And so we turn, can I just go forward one, please? Thank you. We focus on a travel cost approach here, where we're using ping data or mobile phone data to track where people have been, what they've been doing, and that's a little bit novel in this space. And then we're coupling that with a health cost model to try and get at these value preference ideas and what's happening and what those things are worth to our public. Thank you. So if we turn to that first question, what is the increased well-being or reduced health costs that's associated with access to green spaces? For that, we really need to know what's the amount of health that's gained from accessing and using a space. And for that, we use self-reported data from both the McGregor-Tan and the larger health census that's done here on a regular basis in Australia. Also, what a health gain is worth in dollar terms. So there we investigate the chronic health costs for state and how they range across the different decile groups, the socioeconomic groups, and then how many people make the gain. Again, that comes back to the PING data. So we collect and collate this for the different IRSD, or essentially the relevant socioeconomic deciles. And you can see them represented around the geographic space around Adelaide, which is the red star on the map on the left. And then the different relative socioeconomic groups are color-coded accordingly, from the lowest in the red up to the highest socioeconomic groups in the green. Thank you. So if we look at some of that data from the original survey, you can see that those who go to parks do self-report very high levels of health. Excellent, very good, and good info, in fact, for about 90% of people who go to parks. They're also very highly rated in their life satisfaction scores. So most of them are around the 7 to 8 life satisfaction. Most people would report a life satisfaction score of 7, but you can see there's about 26% of people who also go in the 9 to 10 life satisfaction status if they engage in parks, which is what this data here was tracking. Thank you. And this is a little bit more prevalent here when we then compare those visitors to parks to those who don't across the different ISRD groups. And basically what this tells us is that for those that visit green spaces, their health self-report scores are higher, on general between 2 to 5% higher. And these gains are experienced across all IRSD groups, showing equitable outcomes in the first instance. So we can see some tangible link between those who go to parks and higher health scores, which is important from our point of view. Thank you. Next, what does that mean in terms of reduced health costs? And that's the important thing from the public's point of view, particularly the departmental point of view, and also from another department here called SA Health. Effectively, to do that, we then map out the 10 chronic diseases for our country, which effectively they effectively represent the broad, large health costs that accrue Australia-wide. You can see this is just the South Australian data for 2018-19, which is our base case period here that we're interested in. And effectively, first of all, we're talking about $3.5 billion in that year. But you can also see that it's fairly heterogeneously spread across those diseases. And then it's also heterogeneously spread across the different socioeconomic groups in the bottom. So that's a useful base to then determine what our reduced health cost looks like. So thank you.
Your time
so
is
here's
still 5 minutes. 5 minutes more.
Thank you. Thank you. So effectively, this is our data. And if we apply the relevant reduction in healthcare, or if you like, the increase in reported health, we can get the reduced health costs. And in this case, for the 2018 period as a pre-COVID baseline for giving us a comparison for future work, there's essentially a large 5% plus benefit, particularly in group 3-4, who also have some of the highest health cost burden, as you can see there, around about $817 million in the chronic diseases. So while there are some good individual group gains, the other significant finding from this is that there are significant gains against all of the IRSD groups. So again, we have some equitable outcomes for reduced health costs in our data and in our proportion, in our population who visit parks. Thank you. So then how does this inform our green space investment decisions? This is a little bit earlier, but here we come back to the PING data to show how many people visited, where they went, when, and what did they do in some respects. And this is an example of Granite Island Park. You can see it's down in the southern part of this area, just off the coast of Victor Harbor. And effectively, what we can do is we can look at how many people went there, what did they do. You can see here that it's connected by a bridge, which is the sort of dots that appear to be in the water. But there's also a very large visitor centre off to the right-hand side of that diagram where the piers are sort of sticking out. And there's a lot of concentrated activity, obviously, in those locations. So we can begin to see where are people, what are they doing, and does it help if we are to invest in those areas? Can we maybe encourage them to other spots along the island, make that the movement of those people more widespread, et cetera, et cetera. And then is that what we want to do, or are we quite happy with this activity as it is? Thank you. It's also useful for looking at the health self-reported wellbeing and mental health scores. So you can see here that also more visits doesn't necessarily equate to better health. In fact, we have good coverage for the health outcomes for those who visit only a couple of times a year and those who go more regularly. But these access costs and benefits may not necessarily be equitably shared then against by all of the groups. So we needed to explore that a little bit further, and that's when we turn back to our travel cost methods. Thanks. So looking at that, we do now observe a very big difference between the decile groups. First of all, those in the lower relative socioeconomic groups, the 1-2 members, they have to travel a lot further, more than 3 times the distance that the higher relative socioeconomic groups, 7, 8, and 9 and 10, travel to get to their green spaces. And also, as you see in contrast, from 5 and 6 up, they make more visits per year in total than those from the lower decile groups. And that's a concerning finding for us because it's not equitable across the groups unless it's closer to their home location. They were required to travel further and obviously then spend more money. And there's a lack of green spaces closer to their locations, which limits their choices. So thank you. And just quickly, some early follow-up work. We're beginning to tease that out in a number of ways. So we're looking at, for example, individual parks. The Green Park, Bel Air National Park, is indicated on the left-hand side, and essentially where its catchment is being drawn from, and obviously then the relevant socioeconomics for those areas is also known. And you can see there that the broad majority of visitors are coming from immediately adjacent to the park. And on the right-hand side, we're then looking at an individual local government area, or LGA, in this case, Burnside in the orange, and then swapping it around. So where are they going? Which parks are the people who live in that area going to? So this is early work. This is the only example I've got of this so far, but we're working on this. Kim is working on this to give us more insights across the 20-odd parks that we examined in this work. Thank you. So finally, what are the take-home points, if I've got time? I think so. The different regions and socioeconomic groups have different values for green space, but they all report improved well-being and health if they engage with green space, and that's an excellent finding. Obviously, it also incurs relatively low access costs, which are equitable across the groups within the groups, but they're obviously different between the groups. And the ping data is quite novel. We're still developing that and refining it as we go along, but it does show good potential for future investment opportunities and needs some further work. But that's where we're moving to with the department in our engagement, and we'll be focusing on in the next stage of this work. So I think that's it for me. I think nothing else, I don't think. No, yep, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. There's my email if anyone needs it to ask me any questions that they think of in future. But obviously, we've got 10 minutes to discuss things and answer issues that people might have. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
For your very nice presentation. And then we invite the audience for asking questions. You can use raise hand icon in the Zoom, or you can also put your question in the chat box. I saw already one audience raising hand. Can you help the operator to show and open his microphone? Okay, just to wait, Dr. Adam. Very interesting research. And just a small question. Usually, some group with relative lower socioeconomic status, they do not think that that kind of recreation is very important or priority that they have to fulfill. But from your research, you can conclude that from all of the status, they need the recreation because it will increase the health and also well-being. Okay, later it just, we have already one question from the chat box. I will read for you, Dr. Adam. This is from Mr. Ali Hashim. Based on the result of the study, in high relative socioeconomic groups have a tendency to utilize green spaces. Is this in accordance with the environmental Kuznets curve theory? And how are the government's efforts to increase government awareness in utilizing green spaces, especially for low relative socioeconomic? Can you capture the question?
Yes. Yeah, that's a good question. Essentially, if I come back to the first part of that, I think it fits reasonably well with the broader Kuznets theory. But as we've said, it seems to be that the people who are closer to those sites, and indeed a lot of people here in the city may even have a particular site literally on their back, in their backyard. In other words, some people have a fence line separating them from the park, and they may have a gate and they just open the gate and walk out. So yes, there are members of our society that are much better off with respect to their access and ability to use that space than others. And that's not really been examined here before or very much elsewhere, from what I can gather from the literature. So it was important to begin to unpack that and to think about, who is using this space and why. And I agree, those who, the suspicion would be, and that's where an econometric exploration of this would help enormously as well, to think about relative income, to think about jobs and time, what the people who are there do, etc. So we're going to continue to try and build that up as we go forward, if that helps to answer the question. But the interest from the state government is very much on equitable access. So they began in this McGregor-Tan survey with thinking by thinking about by thinking about disabled people's access to parks. And have you lost me? No, got me?
Yes, you can go.
Sorry, thank you. By thinking about disabled people's access to parks and how they engage with parks. And so I think there's that, and then there's a broader focus going forward in terms of, how do we get lower socioeconomic groups to engage with parks to their benefit, which become clearer, especially around health.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adam. This is in line with my question previously, right? So inside of the investment, the government of the private sector should invest from the free or public green spaces to facilitate the marginal group or marginal socioeconomic group, I think. That's all. Dr. Adam, thank you for your presentation and discussion. Time is up, so we have to continue to the second presenter. Thank you, Dr. Adam.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Next presenter, we will have Associate Professor Juwaida Sharifuddin from Malaysia. Here, Prof. Juwaida. Okay, Prof. Juwaida is from Malaysia, and we will presenting a brief CV of Prof. Juwaida. Good morning, Dr. Juwaida. Selamat pagi. Okay, Dr. Juwaida will presenting food security involvement of youth in the agriculture sector. I reminding that you have 20 minutes for presentation, and I will remind you when the time is 5 remain. Okay, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to share screen. Disabled. So you are
Sharing screen. Okay, you can go.
okay. Morning. Assalamualaikum to everyone. So this is actually my topic today is on food security, involvement of youth in the agriculture sector. So what actually can I share screen instead of you, because this is in PDF. I'm afraid after this I cannot see clearly.
Share your screen,
Yes.
Dr. Juwaida.
But host has to enable. Okay. So this is slideshow right now. Okay. So
Okay.
this is
Okay, you
on
can go
food
now. We can see
security
your slide.
and involvement of youth in the agriculture sector. So what I did now is I'll show you what the food security situation in Malaysia right now, and then how youth can contribute towards the food security, and also what my university, UPM, is doing currently. So why are we so concerned on food security? It is because, well, for human survival and nutrition, so we have to have food for us to live. So if we don't have nutrition in our body, so we cannot function. And then it's also on public health, like what have been discussed by previous speaker. If you are not having enough food, then it will affect the health of the public, and it will cost more for the nation. It's also for poverty reduction, social stability, because if we don't have enough food, that means we are going to be restless, and many things can happen, and it's not going to be good for the country. Economic impacts, also for climate change, environmental concern, it all affects on food, because well, food comes from agriculture. So when people produce food, and then they consume food, it goes to the it has impacts on the economy and all that. Okay, same like global and regional stability. If any of our neighboring country does not have enough food, actually it will have problems to the neighboring country too. So that's why we have to take care of our food security. And then resilience to crisis, for example, if we are food insecure. So if we have a crisis, for example, like flooding, we have, what other things? We have flood, we have drought, we have volcano and all that. If we have secured our food, then it's going to be easier for us to overcome any crisis. Okay, and it's also ethical and moral obligation for the government to make sure that food is easily available for the people of the country. Okay, so this is actually Malaysian position in food security. Okay, so actually we have gone down one step as compared to last year, okay, for our overall score, but then it's considered quite affordable for our food in Malaysia, but it
Hello. Okay, hello, Dr. Zubaida, can you hear my voice? Is there any lack of connection with Dr. Zubaida? We are still waiting. Okay. Okay, dear audience, we are facing connection problem with Dr. Zubaida from Malaysia. We are still waiting for the connection. She is still reconnecting. Okay, we apologize for this inconvenience because of lost connection with Dr. Zubaida from Malaysia. Dr. Zubaida, are you here?
Yes, sorry for that. Suddenly,
Zubaida?
I have a blackout here.
Okay, Dr. Zubaida is coming back. You still have 5 minutes time. Remain, Dr. Zubaida. Please manage your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 5 minutes. Okay, can I share screen again?
Yes. Sharing the screen.
Okay. So in 5 minutes, I'm just going to show you, okay, what we have right now in food security. It's not very good for Malaysia. And also, you can see right now, even if we are good here, but then our obesity rate is high. So that means it's not food secure yet, okay? And then if you go to our self-sufficiency ratio, there are things that we cannot produce ourselves. So we have to import more, okay? Especially on the left side of this pie chart. And then if you look at agriculture production, you also can see that some of our production, for example, like crops, is increasing. But then for livestock, it's more things have decreased, except for chicken and eggs. And also for marine fish, it's decreasing. So there are some things for the things that we eat is it's not going to be available for us, okay? And then if you see balance of trade, we are positive mainly because we have oil palm. But then for food, actually we are negative for balance of trade for food products. So prices is getting higher, and then there are things that we don't produce at all, but we still have to import because of we eat them, okay? And then human capital. If you look at human capital, you can see that everything is decreasing from last year. From 2020 to 2021, it's decreasing for crops, livestock, forestry and logging and fisheries, okay? So number of paid workers also decreased, especially after COVID-19 pandemic. So these actually have issues that will lead to hunger, okay? And then what I can say is that some of these have been tackled by our government, okay? Because we also have food waste, okay? Food waste from production until consumption. So it's supposed to be something that we can eat, but it goes to waste even if it still can be eaten, okay? So what our government is doing is that we have development programs, okay? We have food reserve, research and innovations, and also price stabilization measures. This is done by our government right now, including agribusiness development. That means pushing more people towards become an agripreneur, okay? Sustainable agriculture practice, education and awareness from the youngs, okay, from the young ones, and access to credit. Okay, now education and awareness, I want to emphasize on this because sometimes we can see that the country have to import many things, many food, because it's being demanded by the population. But then demand from population too sometimes comes from what they have, they want because they watch TV or they have gone to other countries. So they want to eat something that is not produced by their own country. So that also increase the need for importing food. Okay. And then this is youth involvement. So what we are trying to push is for farmers and entrepreneurs, youth can actively become entrepreneur in agriculture, and we don't want them to think that agriculture is the 3D industry, dirty, dangerous. Okay, so we want them to see that agribusiness is the way forward, and you can make money here. Okay, and youth is more towards adoption of technology, so it's better to get the youth into the agriculture sector so that you can push all the technologies that have been discussed by the previous speakers before this. Okay, R&D also on crop varieties, seed, sustainable farming practices for the pest diseases. So all this R&D can be better absorbed by the youth if they are in agriculture sector. Okay, advocacy, education, youth can participate in awareness, organize educational programs. Okay, and if you can, we have to push them to know more on nutrition instead of just eating just to fulfill their needs. Okay, policy engagement. Okay, Malaysia is also taking youth voice when they want to make policy. So this is a good move by the government actually. Okay, capacity building, knowledge, skills in agriculture. We have more vocational training, TVET, internship, mentorship. So all these are also being taken care of both by government and industries, because right now, if we are talking about technology, government cannot support everything with high technology. It's very expensive. So we are taking the industry into the agriculture, and also they have their CSR and they contribute more in educating the youngsters. Okay, and then this is what UPM is doing. Okay, we have entrepreneurship development programs, incubation for graduates. So minimum with diploma, if they have graduated, we have program to make them become agri-entrepreneur. And then R&D in crop science, livestock, aquaculture, sustainable agriculture practices. And then we have industry collaboration, like I said, it's very expensive for technology, for high technology. So what we have is that we collaborate with the industries, okay? And then we look also into giving technology transfer to farmers instead of keeping it all to ourselves. After the research, we have to do some extensions and community outreach. Okay, we also have urban agriculture, because right now our people who are with low income, not only in rural areas, but they also exist in urban areas. So for urban areas poor, urban poor we call, so we are focusing on them doing urban agriculture. Okay, and then education and capacity building. For example, we have offer programs for undergraduates and graduate level, and the newest one that we have right now is Bachelor of Technology in Smart Agriculture with honors. So like I said, it's very expensive when you have courses dealing with technology in agriculture. So what we have is that this program, the students have to go to the industry to complete their semesters. So it's universities and industries because it's better for them after they have graduated. After that, okay, so this one is some of the pictures that we have. For example, we have programs where our students have grown chilies in the college area Okay, so they are very successful, and we have done this for, I think, for 3 years right now. And also we have solar power in UPM, and then we are trying to have this one is herbs, okay, under the solar panel. And then we are also using drones, not only for oil palm but also for paddy area. Urban agriculture, okay, the picture down there, and also this one is beehives. We are calling it kelulut in Bahasa Malaysia. Okay, so this is what the youth are doing in UPM, and hopefully it's going to be implemented in other region as well. Okay, and also it's very important for the youth to go into agriculture, because we don't want nobody replacing our farmers who are senior right now. And we want to use more technology because of the ones that I told you, the number of people working in the agriculture sector is declining. So we need to use more technology. So hopefully by having all these programs, okay, efforts, it will secure the food for the people in our country. So with that, I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zuhaida. I apologize, my time is up. We don't have time for discuss, but I think this is very interesting topic from Dr. Zuhaida. As your information that we have also in Faculty of Agriculture, UPN Veteran Yogyakarta, we have tagline, bringing knowledge for a better future. That is in terms of to invite the younger generation to go to farming activities and also agriculture education. I think your presentation is very inspiring. Thank you for your presentation. And I apologize for the inconvenience for interrupting your presentation. I think, thank you.
Sorry about that too.
Okay, let me continue to the next presenters. We will have Professor Vichita Puri Vimalaratana from Sri Lanka. Okay.
Hello,
Prof. Vima, are you here?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? This is Vimalaratana from Sri Lanka, Colombo. Can you hear me?
Please pin the video. Okay. Good morning, Prof. Vima. Can you hear my voice? Can you pin video, Prof. Vima? I can see already Prof. Vima is there. How are you, Prof. Vima? Nice to meet you again. We're still preparing your CV. Prof. Vima, he is from Sri Lanka. We are presenting about agricultural socio-economic sustainability. Prof. Vima, professor from the economics. We are preparing to presenting your CV, Prof. Vima.
Yes, good morning everybody from Colombo, Sri Lanka. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear your voice. Nice to see you again, Prof. Vima.
Please let me screen sharing facility. It is not given yet. Sharing is screen sharing facility.
Your brief CV, Prof. Bima.
Yes, host disabled participant screen sharing. Please give me screen sharing facility. That has not been given yet.
Operator, can you increase volume?
Halo, technical team.
Iya, saya sudah ngomong CV, oke.
Technical team, please let me share my PowerPoint presentation.
Oke. Hello, Prof. Bima, can you hear my
Once
voice?
again, good morning from Sri Lanka.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Time is yours, Prof. Bima.
Yes,
You can share your slide.
Chairman,
Time is yours for next 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for the initial introduction about myself. Dr. Mafit Eko Purwanto and my friend from UPN veteran. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity for me to make a presentation at your second International Conference on Agriculture, Food and Environment. This is the structure of my presentation. You can see here there are 5 main components in it. Now we are living in the world where you would find globalization, and fourth industrialization is going on. Precision agriculture is part of it. And this is the Asian century.
Excuse me, Prof. Bima. Could you please make your slide show for your slide?
Can't you see my slide?
Slideshow. Make it full screen for your slide.
Can you see my slides now? I have shared.
Make it a full screen for your slideshow, your slide.
Well, what is the issue? Can you see my slides well?
Could you please press F5 and your keyboard? F5.
Yes, I did.
Not yet.
Can you see it now?
No, still remains not yet full screen.
Not yet.
Okay, I think you can continue.
Well,
okay, we still can read. Okay. Prof. Bima, are you okay if we are helping you to share screen for the operators from here?
No, well, some of the, this is the draft, yes. Anyway, it's okay. Let's go to number 1.
Please open your camera, Prof. You are still okay. So we are helping to share the slides from here. The operator will help you to share the slide from here. Okay, operator, please. Okay. Can you see your slides, Prof. Bima?
Yes, I can see. I can see.
Okay. Please stay next to the for changing the slide.
Okay, let's go to slide number 2. This, yes. Good morning once again. Well, previous one is structure. Previous one before this one. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Well, good morning once again. This is the structure of my presentation. It carries 5 major components. Number 1, introduction. Number 2, environmental justice. Number 3, socio-economic sustainability issues in agriculture. Number 4, UN Sustainable Development Goals. Number 5, conclusion. Let's go to the next. Thank you. Well, when we look at the agriculture, you would find it consists of farming, fishing, livestock, and forestry. All areas are in agriculture, and also those all areas provide foods to the global community. Sustainability is important in agriculture. However, it has been checked since the Neolithic agriculture revolution, some 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. Thereafter, world was witnessing some other agricultural revolutions, including Muslim agricultural revolution, European agricultural revolutions, green revolution, genetic engineering in agriculture, and precision agriculture, what we are experiencing right now. And also, agriculture sector in the past changed from subsistence agriculture to commercial farming. A lot of changes have taken place. Let's move to the next slide. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yes, environmental justice is important when you are discussing agriculture and related areas. Environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income. Environmental justice accepts that everyone in society should have a voice and the rights to participate in environmental management, decision-making, and implementation process. And thereafter, you can see 4 principles of environmental justice. It is not essential to read out each and everything. Let's move to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Well, when you come to agriculture and food production, food supply, feeding of your people, it is essential to look at socio-economic sustainability issues in agriculture. Socio-economic sustainability issues in agriculture is important in the modern world. So if you are going to lose it, we will not be able to maintain the delicate balance we have at the moment to a great extent, food supply and feeding global population. Thank you. Next slide. Well, when you are looking at sustainable food supply and agriculture, sustainable agriculture and food supply rather, one of the challenges in the feeding of growing global population, here you can see global population is growing continuously. 1960, we had 3 billion people in the world. 1960, 3 billion people. 1990, 5.3, and 2015, 7.3, 2030, 8.5, 2050, 9.7, 2100, 11.2 billion. So global population growing, the agriculture, food supply should be able to feed them all, not now, even in the future. We are going to the next slide. Well, you can see here countries, more than 100 million people from 1950 to 2100. 1950, you can see only 4 countries. 1950, you can see here only 5 countries with big population, more than 100. When it comes to 2013, number has grown to 11. You can see Indonesia is also there. Number 4, Indonesia is occupying 4th position. In the future, 2050, there will be 19 countries with more than 100 million people. And 2100 number will be increasing up to 24. Indonesia will be occupying the position for 2100. We are moving to the next slide. Thank you. Here you can see share of Asian population out of the global population. You can see here it is going down gradually. Still, it is big. In Asia, you have to feed them all. Let's go to the next slide. In a way, population is going up. In addition to that, global income is also going up. You can see here 2 columns. Number 1, 2016, number 2, 2050. When you look at this column, you can see countries with high income. First place, when you calculate GDP at purchasing power parity, using purchasing power parity, GDP 2016, number 1 goes to China, second place US, India, Japan, Germany, Russia, Brazil, Indonesia is occupying 8th place, UK, France. 2050, You can see 2050, China is still at the top, second India, third US, fourth Indonesia. Indonesia has gone up from 8th to 4th place. Well, growing income is good. Along with the growing total income, in most of those countries, if not all, per capita income is also going up. We are moving to the next slide now. Here you can see per capita income is also going up. Here you can see income growth, not per capita income. Here you can see income growth and selected group of countries. We are moving to the next slide. There we can find per capita income. Here, Asian percentage of GDP. Again, what Asian percentage of GDP? Christian era 0. You can see here. Comma has, I did not add comma anyway. I added the dot here. The percentage you can see 76.3, gradually gone down. 1998. We are moving to the next slide. Here, again, Asian share of global income. Earlier, gradually went down, again now picking up. 2050, Asian share of the global total income will be more than 50%. Income going up, per capita also going up. When your income goes up, you eat more. When your income goes up, you eat well. You will not be happy with the basic diet. When you are having more income, then you will be asking good foods, good diets, not basic diets. So agriculture and food supply should be able to meet the growing demand for good diets, good foods, not cereals only, not vegetable only, and dairy products, meat, eggs, fish. Issue is, are you in a position to provide them all in the future, along with the rising population and growing income? We are moving to the next slide, please. Here you can see the Asian century, Asian percentage of the global income going up, and rest of the world going down, borrowed from Financial Times, based on IMF data. Moving to the next slide. Next slide. In addition to that, non-food producers, their share will go up. Their share will go up. You can see here the urban population exceeding the rural population. When urban population increases, well, they do not produce goods. In addition to that, they will occupy area where agriculture or farmlands. Now they are occupying in farmlands, so they are depriving land for the agricultural sector. We are moving to the next slide. Here you can see urban population. Asian share is more than the global average. Here you can see the global average. Here you can see Asian percentage. Anyway, when we look at the world, urban population going up, they are non-food producers who have to feed them. It will be a huge challenge for agriculture and food production in the world. Thank you. Next.
I'm still 5 minutes, Prof. 5 minutes more.
Also, you can see arable land. Arable land also going. Arable land is stable. More or less arable land here. World situation. Here you can see the developing countries and these developed countries. Available land. Now, land is not finite. Land limited, especially cultivable land limited. And cultivable land size goes down because considerable percentage of cultivable land goes to non-agricultural areas. Similarly, global climatic change, as a result of that, some of the land now you cannot use for agricultural sector. We are moving to the next slide. You can see here global production, population, and agricultural land. Here, agricultural land is stable, finite, not infinite. And here you can see global population is growing, and also global food production moving with a huge cost. Why I am saying huge cost? When you are expanding global agricultural production using the modern technology, environmental implications are extremely high. We are moving to the next slide. Here, challenges of climatic change on food supply and agriculture. Part of cultivable land because of climatic changes, environmental resources. Now you are losing some of the cultivable lands due to climatic change. Still, you have to feed people, not only your country, the global population. I mean, let's go to the next slide. Thank you. Let us see here structural losses after medium large scale climate related disasters by type of hazard. You can see drought here and floods, storms. Those contributed adversely to agricultural production and also supply in the world. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you. Next one. Here also you can see impact of climate change on population, at least the hunger. By regions, hunger is also, they will be there, along with the rising population and changing climatic changes and growing income in certain locations in the world. There will be big pressure on agriculture and food supply in the world. As a result of that, hunger will also be there side by side. Thank you. Here also you can see impact of global crisis on agriculture and food supply. We are living in the world where we can see a lot of crises. Economic crises are there, and natural crises are there, disasters are there. man-made disasters, natural disasters, all affect agriculture and food supply. Let us move to the next slide. Well, 2015, when collectively declared 17 interlinked sustainable goals. All goals related to each other. Out of those goals, number 1, no poverty. Number 2, zero hunger. Number 12, sustainable consumption and production. Number 14, life underwater. Number 15, life on land. Those are directly affecting to agriculture and supply in the world. And when you look at the global changes, not in a friendly way, sometimes unfriendly way, as a result of COVID and global population, global poverty increased. So crisis will be there in the future as well. We are moving to the next slide now. Conclusion. Well, how are we going to address issues we find in agricultural sector and food supply? Well, strategies to increase productivity, sustainable strategies to increase productivity in the agriculture sector. If not, consequences will be really high. And monitoring and managing environmental degradation. Already we are facing a lot of environmental issues. So if you are not going to monitor them well and manage them well, future will not be good for all. And next point, reducing waste and destruction in the sector. You see a lot of waste and destructions in agriculture and food chain you find you have to reduce them all. And D, awareness and educational programs from grassroots level to the top level, we have to carry out awareness and educational programs. So thank you very much for listening to this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for very nice presentation, Prof. Wima. Now we open the discussion section. Is there any question from the audience? I will read for one question from the audience, Prof. Wima. One question from Dinda. Rising temperature and CO2 can be beneficial for crops, but then it might decrease the productivity or yields at some point. I believe that other factors, such as precipitation or rainfall, also has some kind of impact on crops production too. Do you think the best current adaptation and mitigation, shifting the planting times, irrigation techniques, etc., practice by several countries are effective to prevent the decline?
Well, it is a good question. If I get it correctly, many parts of the world, research and development is going on. As a result of that, new technologies are coming. New methods are being introduced, and also productivity is going up. Now we are passing the fourth industrial revolution. Part of that is precision agriculture. you can reduce the waste to a great extent at the production level. However, when you look at the many developing countries, they can't use pesticides in agriculture and also modern technology, drone or unmanned vehicles they can't use, drones they can't use, and new methods they can't use. So many people are living in the developing countries. As a result of that, challenge will be there for a long period of time. Even in some Asian countries, you would see unscientific utilization of common lands for cash crops, threatening to the environment. So as you correctly pointed out, education is going up, technology is improving, still education go down to the bottom of the society. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Prof. Wima. Is there any more question? Actually, I do agree with your statement, Prof. Even we can satisfy the food demand for the last decade, but we have to make sure that it has some impact for the environment, soil degradation, and so on. So we have to make it our concern in the global scale. I think it's very valuable insight from you, Prof. Wima, according the sustainability of our foods for global supply. But time is limited. I think we have to close this session. Thank you very much again, Prof. Wima, and also all the audience for the question. I do apologize for some questions that cannot be launched to the to the speakers, and you can still put your question in the chat box. We can send it to the speakers. I think that it's time to me to close this second plenary speakers. Thank you very much for your attention, and also again for the presenters, Dr. Adam, Prof. Zubaida, and also Prof. Wima. Thank you very much. I'm giving back time to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
We would like to say thank you so much to our moderator, Dr. Partoyo, and all the speakers, Dr. Adam Locke from Australia, Associate Professor Dr. Juwaida Sharifuddin from Malaysia, Professor Ref Wijita Pure Wimalaratana from Sri Lanka, and from this second session for the insightful topics and discussion.
Dear Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the photo session. For all the invited speakers, keynote speaker, moderators, deans, and all the participants are welcome to take position. And please be kind of prepare yourself and make sure that you already opened the camera for the photo session. So there will be 6 slides, and we're gonna do in the first slide first.
Please open the camera.
Please, to all the participants, make sure you already open the camera. Okay, first we go to the first slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next to the second slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next to the third slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, that is the end of the photo session. Thank you so much for your participation.
The next session will be a break time. The Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a productive and inspiring time together. Before we start to the next and last agenda, let us share some information about the parallel session. Parallel session will be divided into 7 breakout rooms. The name of presenter will be shown on your screen. To all the presenters, please join the breakout room before 5 minutes before the parallel session started at 1 p.m. For your information, there will be the Best Presenter Award for each topic. The best presenter will be announced at the closing of this event. So please make sure that all participants come back to the main room for the closing ceremony.
To all participants who will join the parallel session, please rename your name or your ID to room_session_name. But if you find it difficult to rename your Zoom ID or Zoom account, our operator will help you to rename it. All the presentation will be shown on our website, so those of you who want to know more about it, please kindly check our website and feel free to choose the topic based on your interests. Participants, after this we will show you the rundown or the name of yourself in the parallel session. See you in the next parallel session.
Indonesia abounds with natural resources, is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potency of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKABERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
natural resources is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKAPERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
Indonesia abounds with natural resources, is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. Discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKAPERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
abounds with natural resources, is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. Discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKAPERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
resources is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKABERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
comes with natural resources is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit state given and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicals at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKABERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
Indonesia abounds with natural resources, is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKABERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
abounds with natural resources, is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. Discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKAPERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
comes with natural resources is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit state given and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicals at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKABERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
abounds with natural resources, is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. Discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKAPERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
Indonesia abounds with natural resources, is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, defense, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities, were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKABERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
regions with natural resources is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. The Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the Agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an Agribusiness Bachelor's Degree program and an Agribusiness Master's Degree program. Second is the Agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an Agrotechnology Bachelor's Degree programs and a Soil Science Bachelor's Degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities, were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKABERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
abounds with natural resources, is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit, state, defense, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. With 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKABERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the parallel session in breakout room 1.
The subtheme that we discuss in breakout room 1 is about agricultural science and engineering.
We have about 15 presenters in this breakout room.
In this room, we discussion is led by moderator Aziza Rido Uli Lalbab. Jadi konsepnya gimana? Maksudnya gimana? Lanjut Pak. Breakout from one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the parallel session in breakout room 2.
The subtheme that we discuss in a breakout room 2 is about agricultural science and engineering.
We have about 15 presenters in this breakout room.
In this room, the discussion is led by moderator Nikadek Emma Sustia Dewi. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the parallel session in breakout room 3.
The subtheme that we discuss in breakout room 3 is about agricultural science and engineering and land and water management.
We have about 15 presenters in this breakout room.
In this room, we discussion is led by moderator Miftahul Ajri. and gentlemen, this is the parallel session in breakout room 4.
The subtheme that we discuss in breakout room 4 is about land and water management.
We have about 15 presenters in this breakout room.
In this room, the discussion is led by moderator Septi Sri Rahmawati. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the parallel session in breakout room 5.
The subtheme that we discuss in breakout room 5 is about food science and technology.
We have about 15 presenters in this breakout room.
In this room, the discussion is led by moderator Nailan Nabila. This is the parallel session in breakout room 6.
The subtheme that we discuss in breakout room 6 is about agriculture, socio-economic for sustainable agriculture.
We have about 15 presenters in this breakout room.
In this room, the discussion is led by moderator Sulva Nur Auliatun Nisa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the parallel session in breakout room 7.
The subtheme that we discuss in breakout room 7 is about agricultural socio-economics for sustainable agriculture.
We have about 15 presenters in this breakout room.
In this room, the discussion is led by moderator Dr. Dwi Aulia Puspitaningrum.
summary statistic variable in this model about social economic first stage variable or DEA model. And this is summary statistic of variable in model about model second stage variable or model determinant of efficiency. They are age, education, gender, household size, and et al. Technical efficiency estimation that through simple conglomerate Smirnov test and Pirate t-test showed the value of technical efficiency based on the double bootstrap approach significantly differs from that conventional technical efficiency. This result indicate that potential for increasing technical efficiency suggests by double bootstrap method, in which sugarcane farmers in Malang Regency are advised to reduce input by 16% and 14%.
I'm sorry, Mr. Agus, that your PPT is not finished because the time is over. I'm sorry. And then we will to move about the fourth presenter. They are Dr. Anti Suprihanti, SPMSE, that will be
Recording in progress.
About the analysis effectivity of
Recording
the chili
stopped.
supply chain through the action market in Sleman Regency. Please, operator, to show up the PPT. Any problem? Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone. Today I will present our paper. The title is Effectivity of Chili Supply Chain Through the Auction Market in Sleman Regency. This is the presentation that we present on International Conference on Agriculture, Food and Environment, IKV Second Faculty of Agriculture, UPN Veteran Yogyakarta. Today we will present the outline. The first is introduction, methodology, result and discussion, and also conclusion. Introduction, that we know that chili give farmer and traders higher profit because the price is fluctuated and this because the increasing price production need to be accompanied to improve the supply chain system. In Sleman Regency is one of the major location in national chili. Sleman chili auction market price still fluctuated, and also the farmer are reluctant to sell their crops. So the transaction in auction market is easier, but limited in the facilities, also the human resources. And this research want to investigate the supply chain in chili in Yogyakarta, especially through auction market, and to analyze the performance of the supply chain, and also to analyze the effectivities of chili auction market. To search this research, we use descriptive method and also sampling technique, use proportionate stratified sampling, and also data are primary data and secondary data. And we do this research in May to June 2023 in Sleman Regency. And also to analyze, we use descriptive analysis, and also SCOR, or supply chain operation reference. And the result and discussion that we can see, yeah, there are the supply chain of chili consists on 4 stages. The first one is post-harvest, stage 1, and this is farmer here, and then consolidation, which stage 2, that the consolidation of the products that stayed in assembly point. After that, after the products do consolidation, and then step 3 is stage 3, they are packaging in auction market, and then in stage 4 we do distribution of the chilies, and the traders as the persons here. And then after that we will describe the flow of the chilies from the product, the flow of chili. The first one, it start from the harvest from the farmer, and then after that the farmer will deliver the chilies into the assembly point, and at this point the chili will be weighed and also transported to PHPM, or cooperation, or the auction market. And then the trader will took the cabbage, the chili, to the location, and then the flow of money. The first one, it will start when merchant make non-cash payment after the winner of action determined, and then the trader will buy chilies according to the price offered in the dependent ID application, accompanied by an administration fee sale. And then the last one, the payment will be due by manager of the auction market to the farmer in cash, start at the night. Okay, and then the flow of information is the last of information. All the stakeholders will need the information. For the first is the farmer. The farmer need the price, quantity, and also the quality of the chili auction market. The manager also wants to know the information about the number of chili deposit by the farmer, and also the chili price in another association, chili farmers, and then the latest news about chili production, and also the moving of chili prices nationality. And then the traders need information about the price, quantity, and also quality too, available in chili auction market at that time. So we can see that there are one way with the product, and then after that the money will go back, and then from trader to the farmer, and the information will go two-way. Farmer.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, operator, that to upload this PPT. I'm sorry, Dr. Anti, that the time is over, just only 7 minutes. And then we will to continue in the last of the first panel session. Mrs. Vidya Puspantari, SSE, MSE. Are you ready? Hello, Mrs. Vidya
Yes.
Puspantari?
Yes, I'm ready, Miss.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, operator, please you upload about the PPT of Mrs. Vidya Puspantari and the colleagues.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. I would like to say thank you for coming to our presentation today. It's great to see you all. Okay, my name is Vidya Puspantari. I'm from Research Center for Agro-Industry, National Research and Innovation Agency, which located on Puspitek Serpong. On this occasion, I would like to present my research about sago rice as an environmentally sustainable food. As introduction, sago is a native Indonesian plant that has a great potential as a supply of Indonesia carbohydrate needs as a substitute for rice. In addition to environmentally friendly cultivation, sago productivity is also high compared to other food resources such as rice, corn, and cassava. According to FAO in 2018, the sustainability of the food system must provide food security, nutrition, and sustainability in three aspects: social, economy, and ecology sustainability. Sago palms easily survive in various environmental conditions, and it is necessary to study their possible contribution to food security under prediction of global climate change. Sago has a great potential to be developed as a food source, processed into various forms such as noodles, macaroni, and snacks. And from an economic standpoint, it can increase entrepreneurship and added value to the rural economy. One of the processed sago is sago rice. Sago rice is artificial rice from sago flour and other flours made by extrusion process. The objective of this research are to present the potential of sago rice as a sustainable food source from the aspect of social, economic, and ecological sustainability. And in terms of social sustainability, by examining the physical characteristic of the texture and viscosity profile of the sago rice formulation compared to paddy rice. And for methodology, seen from social sustainability by comparing the character and acceptability of sago rice with paddy rice. The character of sago rice was analyzed by testing the properties of gelatinization and texture, hardness and stickiness of sago rice from several formulations and their acceptance. And now we move to result. From economic sustainability aspect, the sago forest in Indonesia covers around 1.25 million hectares, 1.2 million of which are in Papua. Sago consumption can be considered a potential application of economic sustainability and was used in food and non-food products. The food industry and diversification have developed, attracting consumer interest in taste, form, and quality. And sago rice is one of the sago diversification products already known and accepted by society. It has a long shelf life and easy to produce. Sago rice can be used as a substitute for staple food besides rice, and consumption can be started from the producing area. On environment sustainability, the effect of the operation of the food system on the surrounding natural environment must be neutral or positive. Sago palm is a food crop that has high productivity, can live on fertile and marginal lands with little maintenance, does not damage the environment, and is resistant to the effects of climate change. And then, see from the manufacturing process, the process of making sago rice is simple, using natural and environmentally friendly ingredients. And now let's look at social sustainability. The UN Secretary General emphasizes starting to make change to the way of the of producing and consuming food to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals program. Social sustainability must contribute to nutrition, health, tradition, labor condition, and animal welfare. Sago is a potential agricultural commodity as a source of carbohydrate, almost equivalent to rice flour, cassava, and potatoes. The younger generation prefer rice over sago, so it needs to be diversified into sago rice, similar with paddy rice. Sago rice can be formulated and enriched with various other flour, such as corn flour, red bean flour, brown rice flour, black rice flour, and others. On table 1, we see the characteristic of the 5 formulation of sago rice have a peak close to the paddy rice. Meanwhile, red sago rice has a high peak viscosity. The nature of the viscosity depends on the amylose content and the type of starch. The stable properties when heated and the tendency to dry when the cooling process of the sago formulation with corn are better than the others. On table 2, that the textural properties of sago rice are close to rice properties, hardness and stickiness respectively. Sago rice with substitute red rice has the smallest thickness. Meanwhile, sago black rice has the highest. The composition of comparison amylose and amylopectin affected stickiness. And based on the preference test, sago rice from sago and red rice is preferred by consumer than the others. The nutrition described in table 3 has a high carbohydrate content, fiber, and calories, and is close to paddy rice and also low glycemic index. And for the last, sago rice has various advantages in terms of productivity, nutrition, and the environment. Besides nutrition, low index glycemic, resistant starch, free gluten, and organic food, and acceptance by the consumer, it is environmentally sustainable, grows in the mineral and marginal lands, is free of fertilizer, doesn't need a lot of water, and has climate change. Government support is required to produce and distribute to all regions.
Okay, thank you very much, operator that upload the PPT. I'm sorry, Miss Puspantari, that the time is over and your PPT is mostly finished yet. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the 5 presenters have present the PPT for the great interesting presentation. So now we will to move to the question and answer session. Okay, and if you want in this breakout room want to ask question, please raise your hand and say your name and also to whom that your question direction. Okay, please. Maybe any question in this room? Okay, please you raise hand.
Yes,
please.
I am.
Okay. Please, Mr. Anti, Mrs. Anti, please you say your name and to whom that your question this direction.
Yes, thank you, moderator, for the time. Maybe I would like to ask to Mr. Robert, Professor Robert, and also Mr. Agus and Mr. Agus to presenter.
To presenter, just
Yes.
for Prof. Robert and Mr. Agus. Okay. Prof. Robert and Mr. Agus, are you ready to hear the question?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes, you're very welcome.
Okay. Please.
Yes, Mr. Professor Robert. I have the presentation and maybe I would like to ask something about the dynamic.
I'm sorry, Miss Anti, your sound is maybe not so.
Hello? Can you hear my voice? Hello?
Yes, now it's okay.
Yeah. You saw that their picture that so that the production is very, very high and in 2020, and then it will increase dramatically in 2027, I think. Why there are two gap? There are big gap between the consumption and the production. Is that a real? Is that what is it? Is that possible to reach the height by technology? Thank you. And then the second one is Mr. Agus. Yeah, I would like to ask about the methodology that you use in your research. That I see that there are the methodology that maybe it's the new one, yeah, before compare the others research. And I would like you to explain about what is the novelty of the methodology that you use. Thank you. Understand?
Moderator, can I?
Yes, please.
Answer?
Prof.
All right.
Robert, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Thank you so much, Ibu Antik, for your question. Yes, what you saw on the charts is that the caused by the results of our simulations on two scenarios that we arranged. The first scenario is, I would say, a moderate kind of improvement on the system. For example, by utilizing paddy, a variety of paddy with high yield, higher than what is current variety that is used by the farmer at the region, that can produce 1.5 times of the current rice production. And then also by implementing some moderate improvement on the harvest and post-harvest technology. And then it was accompanied by the applying 5% of food diversifications, meaning 5% of the rice was substituted with a local kind of food source like cassava, maize, or sweet potatoes, something like that. And then the higher production, the curve that you saw was a further improvement on the systems with a higher yield of paddy variety, like 8 tons. It is now available that we can use paddy variety that can produce up to 8 tons, probably even more than 8 tons. It's available. That technology is now available, as long as we did the planting following the correct procedure that need to be there to accompany the cultivation process. And then also by improving further improvement on the harvest and post-harvest technology. So meaning that we decrease the amount of losses from the harvest and the post-harvest, like the harvest process and the drying process, and then also the milling process.
I'm sorry, Prof. Robert. Please, your answer is very quickly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's basically one thing. How we can get that kind of high rate of graph that you saw on the chart.
Simulation, yeah, simulation.
Yes, it's by simulation,
Almost
for
simulation with the system of the dynamic,
yes,
right? Like that.
yes,
Okay, okay.
yes. Thank you very much, Bante.
Thank you, Prof. Robert. And then Pak Agus Santoso, please you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for Miss Antik.
Yes, the question is about the methodologies of your research.
Okay, yeah, this paper has two novator. The first, the research was carried out during the pandemic COVID-19. And the second, the research data was analyzed using a double bootstrap approach. There is a lot of research on the technical efficiency, but rarely is the statistical data analysis using a double bootstrap approach. Jadi banyak yang menggunakan analisis efisiensi, tetapi yang menggunakan double bootstrap itu sangat sedikit. Invited by Bradley Efron, the bootstrapping method is now the generate new sample or resamples from existing sample to measure the statistical accuracy of sample. Using replacement techniques, the method create a new hypothetical sample that help in testing the estimate value. The method will be replicated data. Example 144 sample can be replicated to 5,100 so that become interesting will be represented result. Here three quick steps involved in bootstrapping method.
Okay, I think it's enough, Mr. Agus, about the methodology that will to mix the double bootstrap approach. Maybe almost the system and the methodology, I think is fair and clear about this. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And then maybe I will about the three of the presenter. There are no questions, but I will to give the one question for Mrs. Chandra and also Mrs. Puspantarini, and then Mrs. Mrs. Chandra, Mrs. Antik. Okay, please. About for Mrs. Chandra, yeah. Recently, Pona Indonesia maybe said about the yellow illus. What the impact of the China? You said you compare about the West Java and the Central Java. In your research from the two locations, that more durable, and what solution about this? Yeah. Okay, Miss Chandra. Are you?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. And the second, I will to give the one question about to Mrs. Antik. Yeah. In your research, there are two system of the market, auction market and the conventional market. Please give the strength and weakness of the two market to get efficiency, because the farmer that give and send the silly to the auction market is less than the conventional market. And then to Mrs. Puspantarini, yeah, what is available to the market? Your research showed that the sagu rice is sustainable food. I'm sorry, what about the price? It is cheaper than paddy rice or not? and is available in the market in Java area about the sago rice, or it just only research primarily? Please, three of the please to answer the question, please, with the simple answer.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aulia. We choose different location with the different MISL of 100 meters in Pangandaran, because in Pangandaran had a lot of farmers cultivate the porang, and they cannot have complete facilities to the processed factory, because in hilly area, so far to the city, to the processed factory, and then with the manual cultivation. But in Purworejo, we choose because they had one factory processing konjac to flour. Yeah, and then to different area with different character of the farmers.
Okay. Thank you for
Miss
your
Aulia.
Okay. And then Miss Anti.
Okay, thank you. I will answer Mrs. Aulia
quick
question.
answer.
Yes. Can you hear my voice? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. What is the differences between auction market and traditional market? Yeah, is that right?
Conventional market.
Conventional traditional market.
Because the farmer that send the chili auction market is less than the conventional market. But in your research, showed that the auction market is effective.
Yes.
How about this?
Yeah. Traditional market or conventional market is the final of the commodities ending. So it means that the auction market is part of the supply chains that commodities go to the other market. For example, the auction market is state or there in the between farmer and traders. So there are different position, I think.
Okay, I think that the two market is there are any weakness and also the strength about this.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Antik. And the last, please, Mrs. What do I say? Kuspantari. Yeah. Miss Kuspantari. Hello.
Yes, Miss.
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Dwi Aulia. And currently, sago analog sago rice is more expensive than paddy rice. Yes, it's about 50,000 rupiah per kilograms. Because has not been produced on a large scale. But I think if large produce, it can reduce price.
Okay. Thank you very much about this, Mrs. Pufantari. I am sorry on the presenter. Yeah, maybe we will to time keep manage to this presenter. Maybe I'm sorry because we will too strict of the time. Finally, now we have reached on the end of this first panel session presentation. I would like to say thank you to all the presenter that for the great interesting presentation and to the audience in this breakout room for their active participation. And the end, please give the big applause to all the presenters. Thank you very much. And I am sorry if strictly to get your time is not available about this and not comfort about this. I'm sorry, because we will to have the script of the time. Okay, and then we will to continue about the second of the panel session. I will to call the first one is Mrs. Rohmah Lutfianti. Are you ready in this?
Recording in progress.
Hello.
Halo, Miss. Assalamualaikum.
Okay,
Thank you for your
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you.
meeting.
And then the second presenter, Mrs. Dinda Dewi Aisyah, SPMSC. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm here and
Thank you.
pretty
And then
ready
the third,
for the
Dr.
session.
Umi Barokah, SPMP. Are you ready? Dr. Umi Barokah.
I'm ready, Mbak Aulia.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Umi.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Iya, Mbak Aulia.
Yes, I hope you a good condition. And the fourth, Dr. Wiwit Rahayu, SPMP. Are you ready in the break room?
Yes, Mrs.
Okay, thank you. And then the fourth of the second, para Dr. Sri Marjianti, SPMP. Are you ready?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm
thank
ready.
you. I hope you all of you in the good condition. So we will to move to the upload of your PPT one by one. Please, operator.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rohmah Lutfianti. I'm from Research Center for Agro-Industry Green. Today, I would like to present our paper entitled Techno-Economic Analysis of the Ciplukan Physalis Angulata Functional Green Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, this is outline of my presentation today. Introduction, objective, material and method, result and discussion, and conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, in this area of industrial development and ever-evolving human needs, sustainable development is becoming an increasingly important concept. Sustainable development involves the integration of economic growth, environmental protection, and social welfare. In this context, the Ciplukan functional green industry has significant potential to support sustainable development in the economic field. The development of the Ciplukan functional vapor industry not only provides potential economic benefit, but also create positive social impact. This industry can create new jobs both in the agriculture sector as well as in the production and distribution of functional green. In addition, the development of this industry can also strengthen cooperation with local farmers, increase their income, and reduce dependence of single food crop. However, to achieve sustainable development in the Ciplukan functional vapor industry, a comprehensive techno-economic analysis is necessary. This includes technological aspects like product innovation, quality monitoring, and research and development to boost production efficiency. With deep understanding of technological and economic aspects, appropriate steps can be taken to ensure that the Ciplukan functional vapor industry can make a significant contribution to supporting sustainable development in the economic field. This research is limited to the technological aspect and financial feasibility aspect. Ladies and gentlemen, this paper aims to analyze the feasibility of the technical economic aspect of the Ciplukan beverage industry and the selection of industrial location. Ladies and gentlemen, material and method, material, Ciplukan natural product, machine, and other supporting hardware, technical feasibility analysis, production process, and plant location, financial feasibility analysis, break-even point, net present value, internal rate of return, payback period, and benefit cost ratio. Descriptive method were used to create an overview of situation and event and location selected decision using the bias method. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of the prediction of Ciplukan juice: input, process, and the output. Input Ciplukan, process sorting, extracted, mixing, homogenization, pasteurization, and the output is Ciplukan juice. Ladies and gentlemen, plan location selection, location assessment, decision method according to the bias technique. The criteria: raw material and auxiliary, labor, transportation, telecommunication, water and electricity, target market location, and government policy strategy. And the location choose was West Bandung Regency with the highest total decision value of 4.15. Ladies and gentlemen, the assumption says the production capacity per day, raw material price, project length, number of production day, interest rate, year of project development, depreciation calculation method, residual value for mine machinery and equipment, first year to fourth year production, maintenance cost for building, machinery and equipment, capital in the form of loan, debit, and value, land value. Making a financial analysis of the establishment of the Ciplukan beverage industry is carried out of using assumptions that are adjusted to the condition at the time the feasibility study was carried out. Ladies and gentlemen, financial criteria of feasibility analysis for the Ciplukan functional drink industry. Break-even point show the level of production that has generated income that has been equal to the total production issue. The project can be said to break even, not loss or profit, if the total sales of its product can reach 12,000 per year. The net present value with an interest rate of 18%, and this value indicated the net profit received for the next 10 years if measured by the present value. And so the industry is declared feasible. An investment is considered feasibility if the internal rate of return value is greater than the prevailing bank interest rate. The IRR value is 22.19%, and this value is higher than the prevailing interest rate of 18%, so the project is declared feasible. Let B per C is a comparison between a positive entity and negative, so the project is declared feasible. Based on the result of the feasibility calculation, the payback period obtained is 3.94 years, and we saw that this business is feasible to establish because the payback period is not more than the age of the project, 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the conclusion. Based on the financial analysis and economic feasibility, it can be concluded Ciplukan functional beverage industry has prospect and is feasible to run.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mrs. Lutfianti, is right?
Right, sir, miss.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We keep the time, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry that make you not comfort in this presentation. Okay, then the second presenter, please you upload your PPT from Mrs. Dinda. Okay, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dinda Dewi Aisyah. I work with my partner, Ika Cahyasita. Here, we'd like to show you how we provide Indonesian Gen Z willingness to pay more on pro-environmental product. and how they deal with what barricade them to attain sustainable living. Our presentation will be divided into 4 parts. The first one is introduction, the second one is materials and method. After that, we're going to talk about result and discussion. And lastly, we're going to show you our conclusion. As you may feel and see everywhere in the world, the crisis in the environmental sector is still difficult to resolve and has hugely impacted not only human but all living beings. The environmental degradation produced from food waste has made Indonesia become the world's second largest waste contributor country. That is why sustainable consumption has spread very quickly. One of the main goals of sustainable consumption is to reduce the environmental impact of waste generation. Now talk about generation. We need to know that each generation has different spatial characteristics. Some scholars found that personal responsibility and knowledge act as a strong predictor of the behavior. Now, what is the best thing from behavior what is the best thing that can portray the behavior of one generation? Yes, by observing their willingness to pay more for green product. Now, talk about this particular generation called Gen Z. Gen Z is very famous to have higher awareness and desire to make a breakthrough in social and environmental issues. For the materials and method, 139 respondents refer to the young consumers in Indonesia's Generation Z category. The data collected by using a questionnaire is spread online. The questionnaire itself is consisted into 2 parts. The second one is about socioeconomic characteristics, and the second one is about the impact of consumption inhibiting factors on consumers' willingness to pay more for pro-environmental product. All the data here is analyzed using a descriptive statistics. Now let's move to the result and discussion. To achieve sustainable development, people can contribute themselves by purchasing pro-environmental product and reduce waste. Now let's see the table 1. It's talk about the characteristic of Gen Z consumer. The first thing we want to highlight here is about gender. As you may see, 70.5% of all the respondents are women. This is just in line with the previous literature that says that women actually have a higher consciousness about environmental issues compared to men. Now, based on the age group, we can see the younger age group, 18 to 21, actually they have spent more of their money on pro-environmental product compared to the older one. Also, the majority of respondents on this study is actually a college student who are unmarried, still single. They don't even earn money by themselves. They still got loans from their parents. That is why they got freer thinking when they want to decide what they want to buy. Hence, they can afford things that have a perceived hedonic benefits like personal, social, and environmental value. Now, seeing the willingness to pay more on pro-environmental product. As you may see in this figure, we can say that Gen Z actually have a good level of willingness to pay more on green product, especially on the item saying that I don't mind paying more for natural products. That is why perhaps we can say that we can have a high hope for our future. Why? Because actually Gen Z is the biggest population of all the consumers group. They are locals in digital era and they can spread a positive campaign about sustainable consumption. But we still need to remind ourselves that there are barriers to consume, something that just can prevent them from buying pro-environmental products. There are 7 factors here that probably can influence their decision in buying the pro-environmental products. And the most dominating factors are actually coming from the economic perspective. There are BF4 and BF7. BF4 states that eco-friendly products cost more. It's about the higher price of green product. And BF7 also states that my income hinders my desire to consume eco-friendly products. That is why we can take a conclusion. The first conclusion is female undergraduate student with single status dominate consumer characteristics. The second one, Gen Z consumer are known to be willing to pay more for environmentally friendly products, even though they face various consumption barriers. Now, the most dominating barrier, as what we learned before, is about the higher price rather than the alternative products or the conventional one. I think that's all for our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Dinda. Okay, and then we will to move to the third presenter. Please, operator, to show up the PPT of the third presenter in the second panel session. Dr. Umi Barokah, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, please, operator.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Umi Barokah. I would like to present our paper entitled Economic Analysis of 3R Activities: Reuse, Reduce, and Recycling in Urban Household. We are from Study Program of Agribusiness, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Introduction. The volume of waste increases due to Indonesia's vast population and rapid growth. Handling and control become difficult due to the complexity of the waste nature and composition. The 3R concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle is a widely accepted approach to waste management. The field of 3R offers a great economic opportunity. Implementing 3R drove waste benefit the community by providing extra income in addition to aiding in environmental cleanup. The study aimed to analyze how 3R was developed to improve the household economic in Surakarta City. The method in this research, the study was carried out in Surakarta, Central Java, using a descriptive methodology and extensive interviews with local respondents. A questionnaire on the implementation of the 3R was used to collect data for this study. 120 respondents were interviewed. The study used descriptive analysis and data processing methods. Result and discussion. Classification of the types of waste is used to determine the economic value of waste. Waste is divided into organic and inorganic waste. Organic waste is food leaves, animal carcass, and other organic waste. The classification of types of unorganic waste used is cardboard, newspaper, glass bottles, plastic, cans, PET bottle, tube black, iron, aluminum, etc. In addition to looking at the composition of other unorganic waste, there are other organic waste and hazardous and toxic material. There are detailed explanation of 3R. Number one is reduce. Reduce is the first principle of waste management in the 3R approach. It involves the prevention and minimization of waste generation by reducing the amount of waste produced at the source. Reducing the amount of waste generated through the implementation of 3R policies can lead to several economic benefits in urban areas. Firstly, it reduces the cost incurred by local government and authorities in waste disposal. The lower the volume of waste, the less money needs to be spent on transportation and landfill fees. This reduction in cost can free up resources for other municipal services such as infrastructure development or social program. Number 2 is reuse. Reuse is the second principle of waste management in the 3R approach. It involves the secondary and subsequent use of waste material either in part of work. Reusing material can create economic opportunity by minimizing the cost of creating or buying new product. And the last is recycle. Recycling is another important component of 3R policies and has the sustainable urban development. By recycling waste material, cities can reduce their environmental impact by conserving natural resources and reducing the amount of energy required to produce new products. The waste produced by society has economic value, either sellable or not. An analysis of the economic value of waste in Surakarta was generated based on the price of waste and the waste that sold to Waste Bank. The types of waste that are sold as listed in Table 1. Table 1 are the types of waste that can be sold at collectors in Surakarta. Table 1 shows that the average economic value generated by households when managing waste properly is 52,514 rupiah per month. The largest type of waste is glass bottle with a generation of 6 kg and economic value of 6,000 per month. The lowest economic value is found the type of two black waste. Meanwhile, the unorganic waste that is processed into compost is consumed personally by the respondent without knowing how much kilogram is produced. So these findings suggest that the community, government, and waste bank management must constantly strengthen and develop the 3R together. Additionally, policies and regulations that support 3R initiative may be lacking or poorly enforced. There may also be a lack of public awareness and education regarding the importance of 3R policies and their potential benefit. In order to solve these issues and develop solutions that support sustainable waste management practice, policymakers and stakeholders must collaborate. The required infrastructure for waste management, such as trash can and recycling bins, must be provided, and 3R policies must be encouraged at both the individual and corporate levels. Government should also pass laws and regulations that promote 3R attempt and offer suitable incentive for recycling to individual, business, and the unorganized sector. From the study, we can conclusion that the 3R have been proven to play a role in increasing the income of households as well as overcoming waste problem in urban areas. Although their contribution to total household income is still very small. However, 3R still has many shortcomings that must be improved, such as lack of support from community, government, and waste bank management, lack of.
Okay. Thank you very much. The fourth presenter, please. The four operator. I'm sorry, there are any trouble in the operator. Yes. And the fourth presenter, Dr. Wiwit Rahayu SPMP, that will be present about the research about the mapping and development of waste bank socio-economic function in Surakarta, Central Java, Indonesia. Maybe it's similar with the research of the Mbak Umi Barokah. Okay, please operator to show up the PPT of the fourth presenter, please. Ibu Wiwit Rahayu, are you ready in this recruit room?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to thank you for the time given to me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wiwit Rahayu and my team Mr. Darsono, Mrs. Ernois Antriandarti, Mrs. Umi Barokah, and Ms. Dea Hagania. We come from Agribusiness Study Program, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret. Today, I will present a paper entitled Mapping and Development of Waste Bank Socio-Economic Function in Surakarta, Central Java, Indonesia. The waste problem is still a topic of global discussion. Tackling the waste problem continues to be promoted by every country to reduce the amount of waste produced. In Indonesia, the waste problem has become one of the main challenges faced. Population growth, rapid urbanization, and increased consumption pattern have led to an increase in the volume of waste. To overcome this problem, the concept of waste bank has been introduced as an innovative and sustainable solution. In 2022, Surakarta City has 70 waste banks. The Surakarta City Environmental Service continues to improve waste management by improving waste handling infrastructure. Apart from environmental benefits, waste banks also have positive social impact. And waste bank can provide new economic opportunity for communities by creating local jobs related to waste collecting, sorting, and processing. According to the background, this research will discuss the mapping and development of social function and economic function of waste bank in Surakarta. The study was conducted in Surakarta, Central Java, utilizing a descriptive research method. As many as 120 members from 25 waste banks were interviewed for collecting data. The study also involved the participation of 13 waste bank managers. Data analysis was conducted to analyze waste bank social function, waste bank economic function, and development of social and economic function of waste bank. Result of analysis show that the waste bank has followed social function. First, the waste bank work for creating a society that is sensitive to cleanliness and protecting the surrounding environment. The feature show that there are 3 reasons and motivations for the members of the waste bank to carry out environmental cleaning activities. The reason for idealism is dominant and followed by healthy and spiritually reason. The second social function of waste bank is changing the thinking or mindset of the community toward waste. The existence of waste bank socialization activities can change people's thinking from those who originally thought that waste was useless goods to goods with sale value. The figures show that there were 81% or around 97 respondents doing waste sorting activities. The social function of waste bank is adding new activities and active interaction between members of the waste bank. The new activity that emerged as a result of participating in the waste bank is an attempt to reduce the negative impact of waste and the environment and promote the recycling cycle. There are several examples of agendas in the waste bank, namely the Japuksa, waste collection work, and the Goyang Sapu activity. The existence of a waste bank group can be a forum from friendship from the surrounding community. There are also administrators who work together. So there is social interaction to support each other, to that awareness is created to protect the environment together. According to World Bank economic function, the result of research showed that there were 64% of respondents who felt that there was an economic function of the West Bank. This is obtained from the result of sorting waste and exchanging it to the West Bank. And the management of the West Bank get profit sharing from the activities of the West Bank, and the creation of waste has economic value by transforming it into great items such as flower vase, bags, tissue container, etc. About development of social and economic function of West Bank, the research showed that from 2019 to 2023, the Environmental Service has launched several self-help groups, namely KSM, Social Self-Help Group, for waste management with the 3R principle. This group was created to manage waste. Feature 1 showed that the majority of respondents state that there
I'm sorry, Bu Wiwit, that the time is over yet, and then maybe it's not comfort to you. And then we will to move to the other presenter. The last of this session, Dr. Sri Mardianti SPMP, that will be present about the PPT about the determinant of animal food demand in the urban region South Sulawesi. Please, operator, to show up the PPT, please. Bu Sri Mardianti, Dr. Sri Mardianti, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I hope in good condition now, Bu Sri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Sri Mardiati, as the second author from the Master of Agribusiness Degree program at the Muhammadiyah University of Makassar. The research is entitled Determinant of Animal Food Demand and in the urban region of South Sulawesi. Introduction. Food is a basic need that plays an important role for the survival of human life. Nutrients in food are needed by humans to live a healthy life. Food problem can cause various economic, social, cultural, political, and even defense and security problems of a country. Protein is one of the most important nutrients in human resources development. Together with energy, protein adequacy can be used as an indicator to see the nutritional condition of the community, and also the success of the government is integrated food, agriculture, health, and social economic development. Animal protein intake determines the quality of food consumption needed to support a healthy, active, and productive life. This study aimed to analyze trends in animal food consumption and factors affecting animal food demand in urban areas South Sulawesi. Research method. This research is a type of quantitative research using secondary data sourced from the Central Statistics Agency, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Agriculture, and other related agencies as supporting data. The data used to analyze animal food demand is the form of animal food consumption expenditure data for households taken from Susenas data. The source of data in this study is secondary data of the semi-annual time series 2005 to 2020. The data analysis technique used are trend analysis and multiple linear regression analysis. The equation of multiple linear aggregation is as follows. Result and discussion. Trend of animal food consumption. Animal food consumption in urban areas South Sulawesi is showing an upward trend during the period from March 2005 to September 2020. From this trend line, it can be seen that animal food consumption in the region increased by 0.00978 kilogram per capita per month. This value is relatively small because most animal food commodities have relatively expensive price. Consumption of animal food in urban areas of South Sulawesi. Beef consumption in the urban areas of South Sulawesi province had an average of 0.0079 kilogram per capita per month. Chicken meat consumption had an average of 0.053 kilogram per capita per month. Chicken egg consumption had an average of 0.092 kilogram per capita per month. Fish consumption had an average of 0.352 kilogram per capita per month. Fresh fish has the highest level of consumption compared to other animal protein food sources. This happened because of availability of abundant marine resources in the South Sulawesi. Determinant of animal food demand. The factor that have a significant effect on animal food demand are per capita expenditure, chicken meat price, and fish price. The higher the level of per capita expenditure, the higher the consumption of animal food. This means that animal food consumption contributes significantly to household expenditure. The high and low consumption of chicken meat is strongly influenced by this price factor. If the price decreases, the demand for chicken meat will rise. Fish price and the most important variable in influencing the level consumption in demand for animal food in people in urban areas of Sulawesi. The higher the price of fish, it will cause a decrease in demand for fish. This situation is very accordant with the diet of people of South Sulawesi who always provide fish in the daily mandatory manner. Animal food consumption in urban areas of South Sulawesi province during 2005 to 2020 showed an upward trend of 0.00978 kilogram per capita per month. During this period, beef consumption averaged 0.0079 kilogram per capita per month. Chicken meat consumption average 0.053 kilogram per capita per month. Chicken egg consumption average 0.092 kilogram per capita per month, and fish consumption average 0.352 kilogram per capita per month. Fresh fish consumption is very high position compared to the other animal protein consumption. Factors that have a significant influence on the demand for animal food are per capita expenditure, chicken meat price.
Thank you very much about the PPT Bu Sri. Yeah, I'm sorry that the operator very strictly about the time. I'm sorry not to comfort to you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now we will to move to the discussion session in the panel session. On the participant and presenter in this room, please if you want to ask question, please raise your hand and say your name and to whom your question direction, please. Any question? There are no question in this session, second panel. Maybe I will to give the question because there are no question about all of
I
the.
will ask something.
Okay. Bu Anti, yeah, please. Bu Anti, please
I
you.
would like to ask to Mrs. Dinda and also Ibu Sri Mardiati ya.
Okay. Yes,
Mardiati.
please.
Okay. The first one, I would like to ask about what is the base of the result of your research, Mrs. Dinda. It tells that generation Z, Gen Z is care about the environment, but the handicap is the price or their salary maybe. Yeah. I think it's true, but I see there are familiar with the food or it's like consumption like junk food. So what do you think about that? What the phenomena that happen in Z generation?
Okay, thank you about your question. And then
the
Mrs. Mardiati, what
about demand food, yeah. Demand. It means that
demand of the consumption of the
yes.
Demand of
What is the methodology to find the demand food? The Mrs. Sri Mardiati, because there are many. We know that there are all eight models. Yeah. Why you use this?
The methodology is right.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then please, Mrs. Dinda. Yeah. About the generation Z.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mrs. Anti. I would like to try to answer your great question. But first, I need to clarify your question is regarding of the result of my research. I did say that Generation Z is actually familiar with the green or pro-environmental product, but there is a dominating factor, especially about the price, the higher price of green product, that make them or prevent them to buy the green product. On the other hand, they are okay with purchasing junk food like McD or anything that costs higher than the conventional food. And you asked me about what do I think about this condition. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, the higher price of pro-environmental products is actually just in line with the theory called signal theory. Signal theory stated that a seller give a higher price on something that have a higher value than the alternative product or the conventional product. Here, we all know that green product is cost more than the conventional one. Actually, this, as I told you before, this is just in line with the signaling theory. The seller want to tell us that pro-environmental product cost more because they have a better benefit than the conventional one, the unsustainable one. For example, the packaging that is single-use plastic or anything else. That is
Okay.
why they
Okay, I
they
think
they
it's
give
enough that the generation Z, generation Z is
Mhm.
have the empathy about the any kind of the sustainable product, yeah, especially
True.
about the package and maybe
True.
the product. But your
Correct.
research is almost is the food and beverages, right?
Actually, it's not only talk about food and beverage. We're we're also give the respondents option that whether they also consume the sustainable packaging
Okay.
or other product or other
So
pro-environmental
it's
product.
wider, with wider
Any
understanding
kind
that
of the food,
Yes.
yeah,
Any
not
kind of the
only
pro-environmental
consumption,
yeah,
product.
but
food
Yes.
product
many
that have
kinds.
the
Okay.
sustainable. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you, Miss Dinda. And then who's Dr. Sri
Welcome.
Matianti, please, about the question from the Dr. Anti.
Thank you for Bu Anti. I'm sorry.
Question about
Methodology
the methodology. Yeah.
methodology research. The data of demand data of the research is proceed from by consumption data. Yeah. Jadi data
Secondary data.
secondary data, yes, secondary data.
Okay.
Demand food from proceed by consumption data.
Okay.
From food, yes.
It means that the data is a time series data from the secondary data that from the urban region of the South Sulawesi, is right?
Yes.
Like
Thank
this, Bu
you,
Anti,
yeah.
yes, the detail from the secondary data. Okay. And then the three of the presenter maybe is not a question, but I will to ask about the three of the presenter. The first one, Bu Umi. Do you hear me? Yeah. How about the methodology about urban household in the Surakarta? And then Bu Wiwit, do you hear me, Bu Wiwit? Yeah. Your research is about the West Bank socio-economic. West Bank socio-economic function in Surakarta. Would you like to describe about what kind of the West Bank product? Is almost from the householder or from industry in Surakarta or from home? About the West Bank like this. And the last, Bu Lutfianti, yeah.
Yes.
Me, yeah. Cipluan is maybe in Java is when I was a kid maybe Cipluan is the same maybe, yeah. I want to ask you, in industry of Cipluan that located in the West Bandung, you said that your research is West Bandung. How about the scale of the industry in the West Bandung? It is a micro, middle of, or the like the UMKM like this. Because in your research that describe about the scale of the industry. Please describe about this. Okay. Please, Bu Umi Barukah, the first, and then Bu Wiwit and the Bu Rohmah.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aulia. I would like to answer the question. We use approach total revenue in by total revenue. This is we mengalihkan ya we use total revenue such in table 1 weight of was in kilogram per month, and then the price. So in the last column, we can know what is the what is the revenue of the item of type of waste.
Oh, hi. I see. Thank you for your question. And then Bu Wiwit.
Yes, Miss. Thank you, Miss.
Miss
Mrs. Aulia.
Aulia, yeah. My nickname Aulia. Yes.
West Bank responden itu ini grup community, yes.
Community. Oh. Jadi bank sampah itu community ya. Berarti dia berasal dari not only from the household, but also the waste bank from the industry. It's like that?
Not industry, but from household. Ya, household.
Okay.
Kemudian itu membentuk bank sampah begitu.
Okay. In Surakarta, there are many kind mechanism of the community of the waste bank. It's like that? Banyak anu ya, kelompok-kelompok tentang bank sampah kayak gini ya.
Yes.
Okay.
70.
Okay, I think as a clear about this. And then the last, Ibu Lutfianti about Cipluan. Yes. Maybe it is Cipluan. Yeah. Maybe it is the close of the second panel session.
Yeah, thank you, Miss, for your opportunity. Ciplukan or Cipluan or Cecenet in Sundanese. Okay, I will try to answer the question. The location selection in the West Bandung and the scale of the Ciplukan beverage industry is small and medium enterprises. Thank you, Miss.
Okay. It is clear. Yeah, thank you, Bu Lutfianti. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I'm sorry. Finally, we have reached in the end of the second panel session in the break room. And then I would like to say thank you to you all of presenter in the second panel session for the great interesting and presentation. Yeah, maybe we will to share about the knowledge about this. And the audience that for their activity participant. And then the end, please, we give the big applause to all the presenters. Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm sorry if makes you mistake and also give the not comfort about the time keep management in this panel. Yeah, thank you. And then we will to continue about the third panel session. I will to check one by one about the presenter. And the first one is Bapak Insinyur Iketut Karyada.
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? Thank you very much for your coming in the e-cafe. And then
share screen.
Yes. And then number 2, the second is Dr. Rumanintia Lisaria Putri. Dr. Rumanintia Lisa Putri, are you ready in this breakout room? Hello? Dr. Rumanintia Lisaria Putri or the other authors? Hello? Oh, enggak hadir ini. Okay. And then the third, Dr. Suci Wulandari, are you ready in this breakout room? Hello?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Bu Aulia. I'm
here. Okay, thank you, Mbak Suci. And then number 4, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Nasir. Yeah, are you ready?
Ready. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes. And then number 5 is Ibu Liana Fatma Leslie Pratiwi. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready, Miss Aulia.
Thank you. And the last, Mr. Ali Hasim Arosid. Are you ready in the breakout room?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, thank you.
Aulia.
Now we will to move to the upload of your presentation. Please, operator, to upload one by one about the PPT of the presenter, please.
Video video kita diputar semua. Jadi kitanya mana?
Okay. The number one, Bapak Iketut Karyada will be present about the research about the review eco-friendly farming development to support the establishment of sustainable organic agriculture. Please.
My name is Ketut Karyada. I'm from National Research and Innovation Agency. Now I'm presenting our paper, a review eco-friendly farming development to support the establishment of sustainable organic agriculture. To begin with the introduction, the increase of population in Indonesia needs more food to produce and more lands to be opened and cultivated. Indonesian population now is about 250 million more, where 60% of them are dependent on agriculture. In increasing crop production, Green Revolution technology was implemented for a long time with using chemical input for crops. What's the impact of using this technology? Negative on land resources. We can see result in pollution of agricultural land and damage to environment. The organic level are very low. Many farmers no longer apply organic fertilizer. Low C organics suppresses the presence of soil biology, life and damage due to unbalanced conditions. A decrease or stagnant in crop production, increased pest and diseases, higher residues of inorganic inputs, and a problem for human health. Economically, new high yielding require higher dose of fertilizer at the farm level, making farm inefficient. Why does organic farming important for sustainable agricultural development? Several studies have proven organic farming can significantly improve land productivity and reducing the use of chemical inputs. Organic farming push to improve soil condition and produce healthy crops. Organic farming is a holistic production management system that promotes and improves the health of agri-ecosystem, including biodiversity, biological cycles, and soil biological activities. Four principles of organic farming help aim to maintain the health of soil, plants, and human beings in order to avoid the dangers of chemical inputs. A principle of environment in order to be able to maintain a balance and sustainability. Fairness guarantee a harmonious relationship with the environment and the opportunity to live together. And the last one is principle of care, done with care, protecting the health and well-being of present and future generation. How to implement farming practices toward organic agriculture? We can use the integrated agriculture system by integrating livestock, crop, and waste. You can see from this diagram, we have crop waste and also livestock waste. Crop waste is or can be a source of livestock feed, and livestock waste can be a source of organic fertilizer such as biourines, such as compost, and also sludge biogas. From this diagram can also produce a more subsystem, which is holistically can also produce added value. Now we can see the role of technology in supporting agriculture. So, by using small organisms such as worm or microorganisms like cellulose, microbes, bacteria, bacillus, fermentor, or indigenous microorganisms in processing organic waste. We can use appropriate technology like this picture. I use indigenous microorganism by producing biourine fertilizer and compost, also producing biological liquid fertilizer from Europe country Indonesia is the lowest one. We see trend of until 2018, more than 10 years. The growth is about 103,600 hectares. This is very low. Why this is low? Because in Indonesia, the cost of producing organic certification is very expensive, and also many farmers do not understand the benefit of implementing organic agriculture, as well as the market of organic agriculture product is similar to market with the normal production. How the strategy can be used in developing sustainable organic agriculture? I see the political will. The role of local government to support organic agriculture. I use the example of Bali Organic Island.
In supply chain management.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, moderator and available international seminar participant. I am Georgie from Sebelas Maret University, presenting the seminar when title Improving Competition of the Japan Industry on a career kitchen of government policy intervention supply chain management. Okay. Introduction. My research. Japan agriculture commodity that has important role with food and animal food nutrition. Two kiri urgency located in central Java, important with Java and now for the fashion Japan industry. The Japan industry plays an important role in the agriculture sector in one of the urgency on the local economy and farmer livelihood. Japan are the main cash crop in the region, providing income for farmers, supporting the local food processing industry. And five, the Japan industry, one of the region has two potential to grow and expand, but faces several challenges. The need to be addressed important, competitive, and sustainable. Progress statements. The implementation of Japan's management system in marketing covered various aspects, including enforcement, quality, proper airline management, operating technology, and related integrated collection and processing, effective and efficient product distribution. And in the implementation of Japan's management system, the role of stakeholder is very important to ensure the success of the Japan's management system. One of the factors is the low quality implementation of the Japan's management system in work irrigation is the lack of active role stakeholder in the implementation process. Stakeholder is interested parties in the implementation process of the Japanese management system, encouraging farmers to find their product distribution consumer. My research objective, the study aims to formulate and identify implementation strategies for government policy intervention Japan supply management. I have was used in the study of the spread ensure for evaluation of government policy international to Japan supply chain. This method, the type of data used in the study primary and secondary data. Primary data includes aspects the Japan production and distribution, often in the depth interview and questionnaire survey with respondents such as Japan farmer, breeder farmer, or cooperative trader, and the consumer intelligence processing and other. Secondary data consider relevant of the from Department of Agriculture of Verification, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Central Peru Statistics PPS, and Soviet Industry Association. Data collection. The research was conducted from March to September 2022. The selection respondent was for targeted sector in Japan industry. The respondent in this study consisted of experts including method analysis and analysis of Japan supply and demand and Japan farmer entrepreneurs. The selection of the respondent was based on the study experience and style for analysis in IHQ approach. Data analysis. The study was analyzing analysis hierarchy process. All respondents represent national level institutions or organizations with comprehensive understanding of the respective file related to soybean supply chain. Number one, the stakeholders soybean farmer want to against the information. The main soybean producers want to play crucial role in the competitive soybean industry as they are responsible for planning, nutrition, and harvesting soybean effectively. And two, one of the education governments, local government plays the key role for policy and providing interventions that support the enhancement of the soybean industry competitive. They can implement this policy that facilitate development and integration of the soybean supply chains. Three, soybean process factor. Local process factor is one of the irrigation play a role of processing raw soybeans into value added. Finally, produces as soybean oil, soybean flour, or processed food based soybean. The requirements they are such important due to the factuality opportunity and added competitiveness in local soybean products. Four, local distribution and trader. This trade stakeholder is responsible for distributing soybean process from processor factor to retail to consumer. Their role in ensuring product availability and efficient distribution need to consider in this research. Five, Association of Soybean Farmer and Industry. The agriculture industry organization representatives in the interest of farmers, stakeholders in the soybean industry, and one of the respect and are also important stakeholders in the research. They can provide insights into challenges faced by local soybean industry and provide food policy intervention that can enhance competitiveness. The hierarchy dimension that specifies the ministry threat of a Republic of Indonesia regulation number 25 MDKH version 200 to 6 when the logistic criteria hierarchy shown in the following table 2.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Suwadi. Once again, we do apologize if we stop your video presentation in the middle of your presentation because we only have 7 minutes for each presenters. Okay, now our last presenter, there will be Ms. Nurila Elisa Putri with the paper entitled Policy Recommendation in Increasing Regional Food Security Using Analytical Hierarchy Processes AHP in Ogan Ilir Regency, South Sumatra.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable All Committee and the Honorable All Presenter in ICAFE Conference 2023. Let me begin my presentation with the title Policy Recommendation in Increasing Regional Food Security Using Analytical Hierarchy Process in Ogan Ilir Regency, South Sumatra, Indonesia. Let me begin with introduction. Food security linked directly with rural agriculture. The availability and affordability of foods are closely related to the level of food price in an area. The condition of food security can be influenced by the level of stable food price that apply in the area that affect the ability of household to access and achieve food fulfillment for their household. The Food Security Index value of Ogan Ilir Regency is currently ranked 8 in South Sumatra Province. The food security condition in Ogan Ilir Regency still need to be worked on to achieve better conditions. For this reason, it is necessary to study the food security condition as seen from the accessibility and affordability of food, from the price level of food product in the Ogan Ilir Regency. The purpose of this study is to to provide recommendation for effort to increase regional food security through stable food price policy in Ogan Ilir Regency. This research has important meaning where there are implications for food security vulnerability in rural areas, and the result of this research expected can provide recommendation for effort to increase regional food security. And then I continue with material and method. This research was conducted in Ogan Ilir Regency, South Sumatra Province. The study location was chosen purposefully with the criteria as a region experiencing flood security vulnerability with a food security index that still needs to be improved. The recommendation to increase regional food security in Ogan Ilir Regency conduct with qualitative analysis that carried using the analytical hierarchy process method with the help of expert choice software. And now we continue with the result and discussion. The result and discussion for the recommendation effort to increase regional food security through stable food price policy in Ogan Ilir. For the first is about food availability. If we see the analysis of AHV result in the picture, we can get the result that policy recommendation on food availability condition consists the aspect of domestic food production capacity, food reserves, food import or trade, food supply from local resource, food supply stability, and food assistance. The result of AHV shows the recommendation effort to increase food accessibility in Ogan Ilir Regency is to make food supply stability as the first priority. The second priority is the provision of food from local resource. Next is food aid to poor households in rural areas become the third priority for policy recommendation in increasing the food security in the regions. Then continue for the recommendation effort to increase regional food security through stable food price policy with the food affordability. From the AHV result, we can see in the picture that the affordability of food in this study was from the aspect of purchasing power, stable food price, and farmer household income. The affordability of food greatly affects the food security of rural farming households, considering the food security is largely due to low food affordability for households, especially in remote areas with high poverty condition. The most important priority is to increase people purchasing power for staple food products, and then the second priority is to maintain the food affordability of staple food price, and the lowest priority is the logistics system. Next, we continue about the recommendation effort to increase regional food security through stable food price. And if we look at the AHV result in the picture, food price is a direct determinant of affordability and hence access. The high price of staple food causes the affordability of staple food from household to decrease and vice versa. Policy recommendation on staple food price consists of aspects of stock and supply, import volume, international prices, consumer willingness to pay, production quantities according to market needs, food trade chain, food distribution schemes, and geographical condition. The result of AHP on staple food price indicate that the top priority that needs to do is to meet the amount of production according to the market needs. The second priority is the food trade system chain and the amount of stock and supply. The last priority is the volume, import volume.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nurila. Because the time is up, and since we are done with all of the presenters in this parallel session, we have arrived in discussion session. So for all the participants who has a question, you can ask your question through the audio by raise your hand in the Zoom, or you can put your question on the chat room. Okay, there will be Miss Aura Damira. Time is yours to ask your question.
Okay, I want to ask my question to Pak Muhammad Yamin. So, because your video was cut, I was wondering if the organic rubber production is less than the unorganic one. Sorry. I will repeat my question because your video was cut. I was wondering if the production of the organic rubber is less than the unorganic one, because as far as I know, when the transition happens, when the transition between the unorganic to organic, it will be decreasing the production. So I wonder if it is the case with the rubber production. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Muhammad Yamin, could you answer the question from Ms. Aura Damira?
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Aurea. The good question for me. As we know that the organic rubber farming use the organic fertilizer and use the organic pesticide like that. As we know, if we use the organic fertilizer, the soil is improved, the microorganism, and this can compensate everything in the soil, and can be the soil be the rich nutrition for the rubber, and so therefore the productivity can be high than before, but unfortunately, because the age of the productive age of rubber is very long time, so the project in my research is we start not from planting, but it is still the productive age, like maybe the rubber all I mean 5 years to 20 years. It is the productivity of age of rubber. So we can try to change from the conventional rubber farming to organic rubber farming. Maybe at 7 years old of the tree like this, and then we change about the fertilizer resources from unorganic resources to organic resources, and organic pesticide and from another. So the circumstance of the soils is very good, and it is suitable for the rubber to produce more than before. I think that's all.
Okay, is it clear for you, Ms. Aura Damira?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Zulfa, you're still on mute.
Okay, we have another question in the chat room for Miss Anggita. I will read for you. I would like to ask to you, why did you choose the farmer in Pagar Alam and Sukamakmur district farmer rather than other locations such as coffee in Megamendung Puncak Bogor or Lampung as center of coffee? And have they gained a geographic indicator of coffee? And how are about specialty coffee development in those areas? Miss Anggita Tresliana, time.
Okay, thank you. We choose the research location in Pagar Alam city is because Pagar Alam is one of the top 5 centers of Robusta coffee production in South Sumatra, and also its average productivity is quite high compared to the provincial and national average. And yes, both of these research location has geographic indicate especially in Pagar Alam, they already as geographic indication coffee, while in Bogor, this coffee is this coffee have an award. This coffee has an award for let me say from the Agency for Gourmet Medal in the Puisan Amer category. So in 2018, the Bogor coffee received the bronze gourmet title in the coffee roasted at origin competition organized by AFPA in France. It is an award to support producer countries in boosting their value agricultural products and promoting their roasted coffee in Europe. And Pagar Alam Robusta coffee also certified as geographical indication coffee since 2020. And it is advertised and highlight its excellent flavor profile. Maybe that's my answer.
Okay, is it clear for Mr. Sucianto?
Thank you. It's clear.
Okay, we still have like another 10 minutes. Anyone who has the question for all the participants in here? Or maybe the presenters want to add something, it's okay too.
Oh, may I? When the proceeding will publish?
The question about that, maybe you can answer it to the committee directly. If you have any other question about this topic in this session, it's okay. Maybe while waiting, I will ask my question again. Maybe I would like to ask to Miss Anggita again. I'm interested in your mapping of activities that you have done. How about the role of the smallholder farmers, usually up to what stage or only stop in the production stage?
So in the research location, the coffee farmers are small-scale farmers with average land size of 1.3 hectares, and yes, they have the role of producing the Robusta coffee, but in Pagar Alam and also in Bogor, the farmers play dual roles as coffee cherry producers and also green bean suppliers. So at this stage, when you see my figure, so the coffee farmers is in the production and initial processing stage. Okay. So they create cherry coffee and also the green beans coffee.
So the role of smallholder farmer in here is not only in production
Not only
stage.
in production, yes, but also in post-harvest and initial processing.
Okay, I'm giving another call for question. Anyone? You can put your question on the chat room, or you can use feature raise your hand in the Zoom to ask in person. Anyone? No? Okay, I will remind you to fill the link of attendance and evaluation in the chat room. And because we have another like 5 minutes in the session, maybe because no one is asking question, we can take the picture first. So you can turn your camera on because we will have a group selfie in here. So where do I see everyone? You can turn your camera on and I will count on 3. Are you ready? Okay. In the 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, once again. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you guys. With that, we reach the end of our parallel session 3 in this room 6. I do apologize if I moderate this session. I have so many mistakes and I really appreciate with all of the participants in this room. And I will remind you that after this, you will have announcement about the best presenter and closing ceremony. So don't forget to turn back in main room. I think that's all. Thank you, everyone. I'm Zulfana Rauliatunisa as the moderator in this session and Miss Operator sign off. Thank you and see you. Have a great day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Recording in progress. abounds with natural resources, is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit state given and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. The Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and the laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. Furthermore, they have discussion room facilities. Greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agriculture directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKAPERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
abounds with natural resources, is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia based on the spirit state given and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. Of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. Discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agricultural directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKAPERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
areas with natural resources is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security and world economy. So now, how do we prepare it?
Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, would create human resources who are able to optimize the potential of agriculture in Indonesia, based on the spirit, state, given, and have a global perspective.
The Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Pembangunan Nasional Yogyakarta is located in Indonesia, more precisely in Sleman, Yogyakarta City. The Faculty of Agriculture has two majors with 4 study programs. The first is the agribusiness major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agribusiness bachelor's degree program and an agribusiness master's degree program. Second is the agrotechnology major that has 2 study programs, consisting of an agrotechnology bachelor's degree programs and a soil science bachelor's degree program. The Faculty of Agriculture also has an independent learning system, where students are able to take 3 credits outside of the study program. The form of the independent learning system may include a student exchange, an internship program, serving as a teaching assistant in an education unit, a village development program, an independent project or study, and military training. The Faculty of Agriculture itself has several complete supporting facilities. Classrooms equipped with air-conditioned rooms, audiovisual equipment, and internet connection. Such as the administrative facility, where students can fulfill all administrative needs easily and quickly. Library facility to support students in exploring knowledge. The laboratory facilities, where each study program has its own laboratory, so students can easily do the research and practicums at any time. They have discussion room facilities. The last, greenhouse facilities were also located in agricultural faculty. We have an experimental garden where students can practice agricultural directly. To support the implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education, we have collaborated with various parties such as universities, government, and private institutions, both at home and abroad. Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture have spread widely and have taken part in the development of the state of Indonesia and are members of IKAPERTA UPN Veterans Yogyakarta.
Faculty of Agriculture,
bringing knowledge for a better future.
comes with natural resources is very spacious and has potential. These factors could make agriculture become an important sector for Indonesian food security.
The Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together, and event is about to end. I hope you found the presentation at this conference is informative and helpful. Before we close, we have an announcement. For the best presenter award from all of the topics that we discussed in the parallel session.
The best presenter for topic Agriculture Socio-Economics for Sustainable Agriculture goes to Congratulations to Dinda Dewi Aisyah for the best presenter for topic Agricultural Socio-Economics for Sustainable Agriculture.
The best presenter for the topic Land and Water Management goes to And the best presenter for the topic Land and Water Management goes to Congratulations to Nuha Nufitasari with the paper title Fertilization and Ammonia Rotation Method to Increase Rice Productivity in Tidal Swampland Type C on the border of West Kalimantan, Malaysia. To Ms. Nuha Nufitasari, please open your camera so we can take a picture with you with the certificate.
The best presenter for topic Smart Technologies in Agricultural System goes to Congratulations to Ms. Nada Berliana Kusumawati with the paper tile, development of cloud integrated soil moisturize, content, SNC, monitoring for soil moisture, observation with depth variation in palm oil plantations.
The best presenter for the topic Agricultural Science and Engineering goes to Congratulations to Matthias Pratama with the paper title Study of Growth and Yield of Potato Plants under several gibberellin applications during the dry seasons.
The best presenter for topic Food Science and Technology goes to Congratulations to Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Asrofi with the paper title Edible Film Biocomposite based on cassava starch or soy lecithin reinforced by sugarcane, bagasse fiber, mechanical, morphological, and moisture properties.
And the best presenter for the topic Environment, Ecology, and Resource goes to Congratulations to Dr. Insinyur Aswin Nasution with the paper titled Study of Farmers, Problem in 3 Agroecological Zones for Aceh Agricultural Development. Next session is closing session from the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture to the Honorable Dr. Budiarto. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear participants of the second International Conference on Agriculture, Food and Environment, speakers and all invited guests present today. As the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture in this event, with all humility, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for your attendance and participation in this event. Today, International Agricultural Seminar is a very important platform for experts and practitioners in agriculture from various countries to share knowledge, various cases, and innovative ideas in developing the agricultural sector worldwide. Through this seminar, we have discussed various important issues related to agriculture, such as agricultural science and engineering, land and water management, food science and technology, environment, ecology and resources, agricultural social economics for sustainable agriculture, and smart technology in agricultural system. I'm confident that the discussion and sharing we have had over today will provide many benefits and inspiration for all of us to continue innovating and collaborating in developing the agricultural sector in our respective country. Once again, I express my utmost gratitude to all participants, speakers, and invited guests who have attended this event. My what we have discussed and shared today bring great benefit to all of us and serve as a starting point for advancing environmental management, agricultural practice, and food industry for sustainable development worldwide. Hence, on behalf of the committee, I declare that this international conference is officially closed. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
And here we are in the end of this conference. Once again, congratulations to all the best presenter. And once again, we remind you that all the presentation will be shown on our website. So for those of you who want to know more about it, please kindly check our website and feel free to choose the topic based on your interests.
We would like to say thank you for your attention and participation on this international conference. We would like to say thank you and sorry for any mistakes happened. See you on the next conference on IKV 2025 that will be held by the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta.
See you and goodbye.
Recording stopped.